the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IESF Asian Championship. Now, we've had a lot of Counter-Strike action, but that was for the men, right? Now it is time for us to move on to the female leg of this tournament, the female division, to see all that different representation from many, many different countries. Hyperia joining me today.
Yeah, exactly. I'm fortunate, again, I get to join the female side as well here, but it is early-ish morning for me. I'm excited to get the games rolling again, but I'll be honest, mate, it was even tougher to do research for these type of teams than it was for the men who already had very limited information.
Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from. You know, in a lot of these regional tournaments and a lot of national cups, you know, I'm going to talk about like my specific scene, for instance, right? Like from Pakistan, I think it was very difficult to even sort of field enough players to participate in the IESF. I believe that might have been the case. Just sort of finding enough talent can be very difficult, you know, especially in Asian scenes. There isn't that many players available within PC gaming, you know, so I can kind of understand where you're coming from when you say that there's like not a whole lot to research from, but we do have a fair bit of data.
Yeah, we've got some at least, and there's previous IESFs as well, but it is a case of the grassroots scene in EU are already very small. When you look at the Benelux, for example, when you have a lower tiered matchup and not the top of the top from the Benelux, you're also going to struggle to find information on the players purely due to the grand international competition. The grassroots, they start you off at a lower level, which is exactly the way that it's just not necessarily intended to be, but the way it usually rolls, right? Even with football or any other sport, you start locally, you grind yourself up gradually, and then ultimately you make it there. But I think this time it is a little bit more ambiguous what roles everybody's even going to be having.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I do know for a fact that when we, well, actually, I quickly want to talk about what the broadcast schedule is going to be for today before we start really delving into the tinier details about the team, to be honest. So, we only have, I believe we only have 2 games for today. We've got a best of 3 and a best of 1, if I'm not wrong. So, you know, a lot of these previous days, you know, they were super action-packed. We had like a couple best of 3s, then we had more best of 1s on top of that for the seeding matches. So if you were hoping for a whole lot more Counter-Strike, I'm sorry, man. We've set the bar a little too high. But, yeah, I think we should be seeing the broadcast schedule very soon.
Yeah, exactly. And this is also a group that is incredibly hard fought, right? There's not a whole lot of spots to actually go through, so getting that opening match under your belt will mean a whole lot. Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan to finish it out, and that will then be the decider match. So both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan have already made it through, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yeah, so Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are going to be playing for their seeding matches, while Mongolia and Hong Kong are going to actually be playing for that qualification. Now, do want to quickly talk about the teams a little bit. I want to talk about the specific players. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't really able to get too many specific details about a lot of these players. You know, we talked about this a little bit at the start. There's not a whole lot of very specific information available for some of these rosters, and I don't really think that Hong Kong has a team that has been very active within the CS:GO scene. You know, they don't really have particularly active facets. They're kind of struggling with they're kind of struggling with the same issues that you saw a lot of the smaller regions struggling with, that don't really have very thriving CS scenes, even for the male side, right? So on the other hand, the opposition they're going up against, Mongolia, they've actually stacked up quite a bit of data. You know, Rika has actually been quite active in the scene. GGNE, she's been relevant in the scene as well. And I know for a fact that I'm not really sure how to pronounce this name, to be perfectly honest. I think it's Oyham, but I know for a fact that she's actually been very active within the scene, actually registering for a lot of these tournaments, playing quite a bit of Faceit. You know, she has some recent Faceit history as well. So at the very least, she does have some more active history, which sort of makes me think, or at least inclines me to believe, that this is one of the teams that is going to simply have a little bit more prep.
Yeah, and also the old HLTV game, right? There's one that's all the way back in 2018, and we already said it doesn't really matter that there's a game in 2018 because that's a whole while back, but at least 5 years ago they were able to prove that they did stack up to the level necessary. And usually when you play at such a high level, it isn't like you all of a sudden completely stop playing. It slowly whittles down more and more. You might have 2 weeks of not playing, or even a month, but usually you start the game back up, play a game, and at least keep your mechanics in check. So that also helps to reinforce that idea of Mongolia coming through as probably the favorites. And we just need to be surprised here by their opponents, and that's really the main thing that I'm looking for. I'm not necessarily looking for that massive upset already. They're very much cool if they can actually manage that, but with the things that we have on paper and one team being incredibly ambiguous, whereas the other team, you know, there's some information already available about them. And we already talked about how it was tough to field a national team. That's with men's. I think with when you go to the female side, it even gets more difficult due to the lack of player base very easily put, and the fact that there's plenty of players on the side of Mongolia who have got that experience. They've done a great job, and it seems like they've got a good, healthy female scene.
Yeah, definitely. But we should be heading into the map veto very soon. I'm not really sure how to dissect this, but I would really like to see some unorthodox maps. Vertigo Nuke being banned out by Mongolia and Hong Kong respectively. Then we've got Inferno and Ancient. Inferno being picked up by Mongolia, of course, and Ancient being picked up by Hong Kong. So, actually gives me a bit of confidence knowing that Ancient has been picked up by Hong Kong.
Yeah, exactly. That's an old map out there. That's exactly what I wanted to see as well. That's what I've been saying the past few days, is pick a different map. Do a bit of studying onto a different kind of map and let that go through. And they probably won't ban it out first because there's other more prevalent matters. So I guess you should really learn 2 maps in order to make yourself secure and not have your research map be banned out instantly. But just try to get an edge over the competition that way. But the raw mechanical prowess from Mongolia, I think, still will come through a whole lot. And Inferno is always going to be a good measurement stick about how strong their opponents are going to be coming into this.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just very excited about the fact that, well, I mean, we do have two of the very overly played maps. You know, we've got the oldest maps in the game. We've got Inferno and Mirage. But the fact that a team has actually picked up Ancient gives me a little bit more confidence. The reason for that is that so far, we've only really been talking about Mongolia as sort of been the team that might have a fair bit of experience. You know, we checked their HLTVs. Even though they don't have very recent professional matches, that's often because opportunities are just hard to come by, right, to play on the bigger stage. So with Mongolia sort of being the only team that had that recent active history, has those face-it matches, has the relatively higher levels, that oftentimes you don't see in smaller scenes like the female one, right? I was looking for any sort of indicators of confidence I could find for Mongolia, right? For Hong Kong. And the fact that they've picked up Ancient, that's giving me some faith that this is a team that is at least up to date. You know, they might have a coach that is trying to keep them up with the meta. I'm not really too sure about that, honestly. I know that they have more than 5 players registered, so that could be a situation of sort of a coach being registered as well. I'd really like to see, I'd really like to see some well thought out gameplay when it comes to Ancient.
And thus far, we've been seeing a whole lot of scrappiness, which I thoroughly enjoyed, to be fair. I don't think it's going to be massive planned executes in a moment where you can take 3 hours to analyze one specific play, because there are so many variables that are moving at the same time and all perfectly cohesive. But that really brings out that raw aim. And if you're able to get a map like Ancient where your opponent might feel a little bit less comfortable, I like at least going for that punishment pick almost, where, yeah, sure, Mongolia, they're probably going to have some sort of experience on Ancient, but if you put in the time, if you put in the work coming up to this tournament, and you make sure that you know exactly how your team plays on that map, you could be able to steal away from it. And as you mentioned, it just gives confidence that there's at least more thought about it than just herder, we go play, go veto map we like. No, it seems to be more in depth than that.
Yeah, that could be the case. Now, one thing I'm really afraid of, to be perfectly honest, is seeing a situation like we saw for, teams like Palestine and Iran when they played up against Iraq. So in some of these regions, in some of the smaller scenes, you're often going to have these very lopsided games where one of the regions is just going to be miles above the rest, right? And that's why we saw Iraq basically not have a fighting chance. They did not have a snowball's chance in hell of being able to win some of those games, Palestine actually pushing every single round on Mirage when they played back against Iraq. Made it look incredibly easy. Same was the case for Iran. And when those Titans ended up clashing together, that was a fun match to watch at some point. But the problem is, before it gets to those competitive matches, you still have to sift through a lot of these games where, to be perfectly honest, it's just going to be a very one-sided affair.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of, we have to wait and see, because as we already mentioned ample times, there's just not a whole lot of data. So yeah, usually you could say, oh, this person is a bit of a prodigy, they have some good stats backing them up, but still very rough around the edges. Can't do that when you don't have stats. And you mentioned some recent games on the Faceit profile and stuff like that, but that was all on the side of Mongolia. So I'm really looking forward to see how they take banana control, for example, how they manage to hold off mid, because Inferno, we saw ample times as well where teams are just bombing it down mid early doors, and they like to thrive in that chaos. They like to create it, at least. Whether they thrive, that's a whole different other conversation. But I think that there's plenty of ways to surprise your opponent. Ancient already, that being picked is one of those. But then you also need to be able to take mid control on Ancient, right? And it has become easier for T's to break through due to the CT spawn pushback. And I really wonder whether they're going to be able to hold themselves up on Ancient.
I'm actually looking at some of their recent games, and I'm like a little blown away right now, because first of all, generally in the Asian female scene, you don't really have that many level 10 female players to begin with, right? And the fact that Mongolia, I'm pretty sure all of their players are closing in on or are level 10, and the fact that I'm looking at Oyham's final game, and she has 49 kills in one overtime. Sorry, in 2 overtimes, and the second fragger has like 30 kills. So I'm a little scared, man. Like, this is a carry player right here, and that was her first game in like a month. Okay, so like I'm starting to feel worried for the other team. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not really sure how they're going to be able to manage. Like, genuinely, it's going to be so tough. And sometimes you can run that argument of, hey, well, they're the underdogs coming in, so they don't face the pressure. But when there's a huge gap in raw mechanical skill, aka there's somebody who 50 bombs in 2 over, or almost 50 bombs in 2 OTs on the opposite side, it might just be a little bit too much mechanical prowess on the opposite side, or at least on face value there is.
Yeah, at the very least, we know that there is going to be like potentially very high mechanical ceilings that we might get to witness, right? So that's always going to be fun to watch, and it kind of circles back to watching a lot of the games that were like that Palestine versus Iraq game, right? Where you did see like incredible individual brilliance from the side of Palestine. Maybe we're going to see that again. But for now, we're going to have to go to a short break. There is a bit of a technical delay that's going to be coming up, so stay tuned. Crack a tab open. We'll be right back after a short break.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IESF Asian Championship. Now, Hyperia, I was hoping I wouldn't have to put this hat back on, but the truth is, the map veto was a total cap, which is why I have to do it, okay? There was a technical issue, which is why the map veto that we saw, that was not the one we're going to be going forward with. Instead, it's going to be a new map veto. Walk me through it, Hyperia.
I'm a bit afraid. And okay, yeah, this is exactly why I was afraid, but we've got a noob as a decider if it does come to that. But yeah, it was a error, a technical issue that caused Hong Kong to pick into Ancient, and now they've chosen Mirage instead, which not really what I wanted to see here.
That actually makes it more interesting, because although we're not seeing Ancient as the second map, the implication that Hong Kong were the ones to make the final ban to choose Anubis makes it an even more interesting pick than Ancient to begin with, you know? I was giving them credit for being very up-to-date on the meta, potentially, for wanting to pick Ancient, not wanting to just go with the unholy trifecta of maps. But they've thrown a curveball, you know? A lot of teams are uncomfortable with Anubis right now. I'm not even sure how many teams are practicing Anubis at all with CS2 around the horizon, right? A lot of the teams are expecting that change in map pool. They're thinking it's not worth it. It's a waste of time to invest too many resources into Anubis unless that CS2 information drops. And the fact that Hong Kong have actually gone for this pick, I'm pretty happy to see it.
I'm happy to see the pick, but the question is whether we even get to it, right? Because now we have two standard maps that everybody know, and especially Mirage, where aim is incredibly important. We already established that the mechanical skill is probably going to be on the side of Mongolia due to a whole lot of factors that they played recently. Their Face-It profiles are looking at a little bit more up to shape, and all those things kind of could have been thrown in the bin with mechanical prowess when it was Ancient. That was a guaranteed different map coming through. Now, yes, Anub is more interesting than Ancient, but it's not guaranteed. So if Mongolia just win this 2-0, or even Hong Kong for that matter, right, you are still in a position where you don't even manage to get to that map and still finish it out on two standard ones. And honestly, I think this is going to be decided in 2-0 due to all the information that we have.
Well, you're right about that. You know, maybe it doesn't get to Anubis, but what matters right now is this first map. We're going to be heading straight into the game, I fear, to see how things are actually going to unfold. Inferno, Hong Kong versus Mongolia.
Here we go. I think the pistol round will already tell a lot, even though usually it is a very 50-50 type of round. There is mechanical ability, absolutely. Okay. Going for that 2-3 split, trying to take some early banana control. But they also back down off of the challenge. And the thing is, they probably know that Mongolia is an incredibly strong team here. It's about not being afraid by those facts. And Mongolia shaping up for an A push here.
Oh, already a nice tap from Candid over towards middle. Now they're getting ready for the apartments pop. They have to worry about two players. It's a nice little crossfire, but they're quickly going to be taken care of by Team Mongolia. Both Rika and GGNE both getting their respective kills, bringing it to a 3 versus 2. Now the CT is getting ready for the retake. Bomb has been planted. Lexay checking every single angle meticulously, and they're going to narrow it down to just one, and Elam should be able to hit that final shot. Hong Kong start things off strong.
Okay, so they've already won a round, which might seem a bit disrespectful, but we don't know anything about a team coming into it, and the other ones have already shown some sort of semblance of at least playing a whole lot and being active in the scene. But Mongolia, they actually respond with a force buy coming through here. They did get that bomb down, so they've actually got the opportunity to bring out an incredibly strong one, and now Hong Kong need to be prepared for this. They have got a batter of util sprinkled in with some rifles, and I quite like this buy for Hong Kong. It does cover all possibilities if Mongolia decided not to buy into it, which I reckon would be a mistake. Let's see. Get rid of Rika. Rika was standing very aggressively in the flames, trying to duke it out, but it was a 1-for-1 trade.
Now, Ice could potentially be left alone here. Lexay going for the push. She's very easily able to clear that one up. And OAM is trying to cause a ruckus on the other side of the map. Now, A will be what they have their eyes dead set on. Bomb starting to move towards brackets. Bobby moves in for the kill, getting ready for the second approach on short as well. And although the kill's not going to connect, it's going to buy ample time for the rotations to start to come in. Now, rerouting from apartments and short.
Mongolia, however, could just decide to move back into B, but they go for the plant instead. That's a free he picked up for Bobby. And they try and swivel around the corner, but that's another round for Hong Kong. And this one, yet again, completely on equal footing. I'm loving this surprise already. Mongolia push to the back foot. And now they have to eco. They can't go for another buy up here.
I actually really like that repositioning from Bobby Meow, the way she went for that very aggressive duel on short and then instantly went into a super passive position where they're not expecting it. You know, they're expecting her to want to take that duel from the A side, but instead, as soon as she quickly realizes that the rotations have started to come in, there's no incentive to actually go for the peak anymore. Now, Mongolia, on the Deagles, as you mentioned, is trying to work a pick very slowly. Down to brackets. Flashbang to aggress, and Candid's going to peek out with the M4, and just some spray control would have ended it right there. But that is a kill without a casualty. Shouldn't be anything but a comfortable round.
In those type of positions, we all of a sudden see 3 players. I always panic as well. Hong Kong. Getting the first kill on the board here. Mongolia. It's done, they are rotating around. They had an opportunity to do so in the previous one. Now they're going to be putting that other site into consideration. Slowly but surely, they're getting more and more convinced, and the CTs are also reacting to it by starting to rotate over.
This should essentially be a very easy affair in this particular round. Mongolia actually struggling quite a bit early on. In fact, even in the pistol round, it wasn't very competitive at all. Hong Kong have kind of been running amok. But Rico still trying to claw some eyeballs out before she falls. That AK will be saved on for the next round. This is where things start to get interesting, you know. Finally, we get to see that gun round. Going to be a much better ruler. These team skills.
To be fair, Mongolia, they already had that stack up in the second round. The measurement. Mongolia failed out then. Oh my, GG. Walking through the flames. Crispy. All the way down to 40 HP. Flash goes over the top. Peek down banana. Nobody on the opposite side though, but GG was hiding out in the smoke. He wants to aggress even further. And perhaps catch Hong Kong lacking, but they're already backing down, and this banana control is looking very sturdy here. It's definitely cohesive already, and that's the main thing that we were wondering about Hong Kong, is that how well are they going to be playing this as a team? Well, right now, they're doing incredible.
Slow approach from Mongolia into middle. They've left a couple feelers on B as well, just to make sure the rotations aren't going to be too early. With the bomb left all the way back, instantly reacting to some information is going to be very difficult. Now, they're getting ready for the Arches wrap. Problem is, they can't actually expect instant help from the players on Banana. They've been able to get a player on Arches down, but I think they're going to want to change their game plan up a little bit. With 2 kills secured, now they want to double it down on A. Candid being the only person standing. one player on either side, and as soon as Miyuki gets this kill, she's quickly made it into a 2 versus 2, and with the bomb all the way far back, this is going to be difficult whichever way you cut it, but the responsibility will be on the shoulders of Candid. Now, going to peek out into middle, there it is, that's the headshot, and that should be the round secure. There's no way there's enough time to get the plant, and all Miyuki has to do is stay alive against nothing.
She's not even moving a muscle on that B site. Doesn't even want to take any type of risk. This is spectacular, mate. This is something I honestly wasn't expecting at all. I think I speak for the both of us if I say that. In Mongolia, everything was facing towards them, and already in those gun rounds, Hong Kong are coming out swinging.
Three-player setup on B. Using quite a bit of utility just to make sure they have full control of Banana, and once they get one player nestled into the bottom of Banana, ooh, Lexei actually making it look very easy. Quickly takes down 3, actually has some help from Miyuki on that last one, but it doesn't really matter. This team effort has culminated into potentially another round.
Perhaps we have to even look at the opposite scenario here. Hong Kong are to be demolishing and dismantling Mongolia every step of the way. I mean, this is Mongolia's pick, and thus far they've not been able to respond whatsoever. They've barely been able to get that bomb down, and only really managed to in the pistol round. This is so impressive.
Looking like an incredibly one-sided affair compared to what we initially thought it was going to be. Now, quick B-rush starting to come through. Those Tech 9s are going to be impeded by the Molotov waiting. Lexei just looking like a complete demon on this map right now. Feeling very comfortable pushing into Banana, pushing down middle. Honestly looking like a player way above everybody else's caliber right now with how quick she's been. Singo, though. Just put one in the grave, but not before Bobby Meow can open up an opportunity down middle.
So heads up as well. Throwing the molly. And still skirting out because there was a tiny gap in there. Near the spread. But Mongolia can't go off into a singular venture right now. You're already a 3v4. Don't want to lose people unprovoked, and that's exactly what just happened. Flashing from Banana. Hong Kong. Ahmad sitting at the edge of the smoke. Now starting to creep on through. But that was spotted by Candid, and perhaps there's more through right now since she did peek back. So he doesn't exactly know how far they've already made it, and Bobby Meow is going to deal with a round. And I know it might sound weird if I say, oh, this is so impressive out of Hong Kong for people that knew their team coming into this, right? But we didn't really, and there was not a whole lot to find. So for somebody to go under the radar that much and come out swinging with this amount of power, that's impressive.
Yeah, I think it might be a lot easier for locals to sort of relate to a lot of these players and just have a lot more information, but hang on, I'm going to have to hold that thought. Rika about to tear stuff up in Banana, 1 kill through the smoke, and that could be one of the first few opportunities, the first few untraded opportunities that have been opened up for Mongolia. CT side starting to play a little bit more conservative. That AWP still on Banana, though, so they're going to have to be very careful as they start to move through. Moving in without a flashbang, but Yilam's going to be out-aimed even with the double-scoped AWP. Ice with 2 very impressive opening frags finally puts Mongolia in the position to put a round on the board.
And Hong Kong are going for this, surely. Retaking the B bomb site. Already ambitious when it's just a 5-on-5. But you can at least have a crack at it. 2v5, there's no way you're even getting anywhere close. I thought the Ulper, Yilam was standing out very much in the open, easily punishing. Even if you get a kill there and you instantly make sure that at least the initial challenger goes down, you're still in trouble because there's no way you're getting back behind the coffins if they swing properly, and that's exactly what's happened. So a bit of an overextension for Hong Kong, but even sitting behind the coffins, well, she was taken down before she could even fire off a shot. So Mongolia doing great work to answer back, and considering this is only now the 8th round, still ample time to find their way back into perhaps even a winning decision.
Really nice opening frag from Singo through the smoke. It'd be very important for Mongolia to be able to carve their name back on the board. And Miyuki could potentially be left on an island here, but she's quickly going to retreat. Bomb collected. And Mongolia, with still 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, they can choose to experiment as much as they like, because they do have the time to work around. But problem is, Miyuki is about to start getting overwhelmed on B. There still is one person remaining. A couple of shots with the A1. U-Lamp. I mean, there's really not much more you can ask of her, right?
Yeah, fantastic round again out of Mongolia. Quick to overwhelm, and now they've broken that economy as well. Bobby Meow will be able to drop over a few pistols and at least give them a fighting chance, but there's really not a whole lot that they can do right here, right now, to stop this offense for Mongolia, who seem refreshed. They seem like they're ready for battle again. And Mongolia is one of those countries that just has a very big CS scene anyway, right? There's quite a few Mongolian teams that were competing to get into the major, for example, and now they're also showing that on the female side.
Ice making quick work of 2 players. Quickly putting herself into a 1-on-4. Thought that was going to be an over round very soon, but apparently there might still be a fighting chance here. 5 seconds remaining. Bobby Meow catches Ice out in the open, and unfortunately the hopes of making a 1v4 happen, they're not going to culminate into much.
It's such a huge round for Hong Kong as well. Forced up, put everything on the line. They managed to scrape by as well. Great stuff out of them in Mongolia. They have got enough at least to buy back up again and get swinging. Get jiggy with it. The chances for Anubis have drastically increased, unless Hong Kong are able to take this away now and easily getting able to convert. With trouble spraying down range. Now you just back down. You've gotten your kill. You've confirmed that. Let's play safe here. Mongolia gonna be fighting player down again.
Bobby Meow peeking out. Boiler control quickly established, and Mongolia are looking a little lost right now, you know? They have these disconnected pushes. They have one player pushing in from Boiler. They have another, they have 3 that are sort of poking around Banana, and that push from Boiler for some reason comes in solo before there's any activity on Banana, which implies that the Lurker is simply not waiting for any distractions to be served up on the opposite side of the map before she actually tries to go for something.
Yuki. Pushed back.
Is that a failed molly? No, never mind. It landed on pillar.
There's a gap in the smoke either, but there's a whole lot of spray coming through the smoke. Ice and Singo were able to deal with their respective opponents. Now they're pressing up to the site, but Singo is forgetting to fully clear out the back, surely. Or has that been done earlier? Yeah, that already has been cleared out. I'm way behind in Hong Kong. Now they're fighting through CT, but there was a smoke in the way, and Mongolia looked like they've got this all set up. This is so tough to try and break apart. You've just got the one flash. You need to peek out perfectly, get the timing good. And it's half down to luck right now. Bobby Meow, however, is able to get into the site so far, but now she's stepping, and that's where the trouble will start arising. About to turn around the corner. Bobby Meow, had she held it, there might have been a chance, but Singo easily steps to the right and will decapitate close range.
That's actually a very unlikely round that Mongolia are able to pull back, considering they lose 2 players basically untraded at the start of the round. That was a very good recovery, and it obviously comes off the back of Singo just being an absolute monster on the B side. That kill right before the plant just showed me how confident she was in her aim. Lots of nades coming down middle. Should be a difficult round for Hong Kong. They do have only pistols. They've got a Desert Eagle. They've got a few Desert Eagles, rather. And seems like they want to route all of their efforts towards B.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, they're going to be wrong, most likely, but you've invested in some Deagles. You might as well stay together, give yourself the greatest chance, because even if you are in a 2-to-3 split, the Eagles just don't really have a lot of chance to actually pull through in the round. This is a bit of a mistake on the side of Mongolia. Tiny blip on the radar, but it shouldn't matter since nobody of Hong Kong is anywhere close, and Mongolia are slowly but surely starting to figure that out. Rika could be in trouble here. She's going to take a few down to the grave with her, though. They all line up. Rika, my goodness. Lexi is the final one to be able to shut her down, and she does.
Man, that could have just been the ace off the back of that as well, but at least Lexi has an AK to write home about. Rika's HLTV statistics are going to be very happy about that.
This match is an HLTV recorded, right?
Is it? Is it not? I would assume it to be. Okay, yeah, maybe because it's the qualifier. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think like next stage will have.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the offline qualifier should have HLTVs. Yes.
That was beautiful, but to be fair, both these teams look so strong and possible to make it. Where there's really not that many spots.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. You know, the good old-fashioned habit of knifing your team in the back. Because you know it's not going to do a damn thing, but it doesn't work in tournaments like that. Traversal into apartments by 2 players, so Oyham, one of their most solid players, is going to be taken care of very early on, which puts Mongolia in a bit of a tricky spot. Ice, though, looking incredibly cold against Lexi here in second middle. Makes that tap look so damn easy. Like it's routine. But there's not really going to be much action from either squad right now. They've left the bomb all the way back on bottom Banana. They're just sort of relying on these individuals to get these picks going, and it's kind of similar for Hong Kong as well.
And this is a nice setup to try and dismantle the A cart. Immediately taken down. Now it's up to Candid. Oh my, the spray control certainly there on the first kill. And just an instant swivel on the second. And repositions as well. Make sure that Mongolia don't know where she's coming from. Looking towards her direction and actually start pre-firing her. But Candid peeks out. Sure, she'll go down with a flame. But she's done her job twofold. Doing incredibly well. Now Singo needs to get back up to the apps. Yilom will spray downrange, and Mongolia at their end here.
Problem is that I think Singo might have had the chance if she had the bomb with her, right? It's dropped in apartments, then you have to get into that awkward position on top of the haystack just to try and retrieve it, and with 25 seconds, it's just a little too damn easy for them to just swing out and win that aim duel. Now, Mongolia, their money is hurting a little bit as well, so we're not going to be seeing a full-on commitment to the buy. Ice is not going to have anything but a deagle and a flashbang. Hong Kong leading very significantly right now on the CT side, and honestly, they've shown a lot of prowess that I didn't expect. Elam again single-handedly just peeking out on Banana. They've been so good at taking control of this, and Bobby Mao, time and time again, you keep seeing her just be a monster in brackets.
In the continuation of the spray, there's been some issues, but usually that's not even necessary. They take him down so quickly due to the crosshair placement. Elam, batter my point home, does exactly that. Crosshair placement right on point. Hong Kong all lined up for their 9. Next side, by the way, also only has a deagle. Even though Hong Kong are winning rounds, there's economical trouble and they're not really able to build up, and that's exactly Singo's job right here. You don't need to win, it's just about doing damage. Being able to take down 2 in a 1v5, sure, I'll call that a success.
Looking like a pretty straightforward trajectory almost to 11-4 potentially. And I think you and I, we didn't think it was going to be in this ballpark at all. I think we might have thought the score was going to be switched around. We talked about how it might not even go to the third map, and now I'm second-guessing myself a little bit. I do think this is one of those games that might be a 3-mapper potentially. Apps pop brewing. 3 players ready and waiting. Bobby Mao. Oh, that Molotov is going to be a little too late, but Candid is there. Candid is there for the defense. Swings out, protects Bobby Mao. And in the meantime, Lexay's been bought enough time to come in and wrap around from arches as well. I love that coordination. They're paying so much attention to detail. The fact that Candid swings out with the M4 to protect her player while she's got the molly out in her hand, that bought her just enough time to have that M4 out and start contributing to the kills herself.
If that molly been a tad bit earlier, it would have perfectly disconnected the push, or anybody that was intent on pushing out would have taken a lot of damage. Great defense out of Candid, though, and that's the heads up that you needed. Great team play. Yeah, the possibility of a third map definitely coming alive, but Miyuki wants to finish. Hong Kong on 11. If they manage to convert a 2v5. And they've been looking strong all together, and they've locked them in Banana as well. There's no way out but in a fighting manner. Mongolia, it's time for scrap.
Yeah, this is just looking too damn easy for Hong Kong right now. It's been a very one-sided affair, and you can tell this, like, you can see the kill disparity, right? We've got a player that is going 17-9, Lexay following closely with 15-8, Bobby Mao on 14-8. So there's a player on either site, or at least there was a player on either site on the CT side that was just going absolutely ham. But now there's a chance for Mongolia to potentially turn things around.
Yeah, that's where the swivel can always come through, right? You're on the CT side. Sure, this statistically is a 50-50 map, but So Hong Kong have to prove themselves here. The entirety of Mongolia very quickly, or Hong Kong rather, very quickly moving down towards that A site, but reinforcements coming in just as quickly. Candid, great decapitation. GG at least fires back and gets another one as well before she get overwhelmed and the position given up. I could even start thinking about a B opportunity, but now you just go for the plant on A. Yilam, that's fantastic because you've just cleared out Pit, and that means a thorn in the side is gone.
Singo and Rika getting ready for the retake now. Mongolia need this very desperately. They cannot afford any more mistakes. And Singo will at least allow them to breathe a sigh of relief.
It buys them time. Losing the pistol here is almost basically the end of your map. But realistically, Hong Kong should buy up here. They've got the money. They've all got that saved up. But no, they're just going for a half buy instead and waiting until the very next round. And it just puts the money in an awkward position because you're still going to have a 2,400 loss bonus. Yes, you have enough to buy up, but I feel like it's best to just either force it out or wait around without buying anything so you have all that utility when it's on Inferno.
I am getting very aggressive in apartments. Just pay dividends, but this should be a throwaway round almost for Hong Kong. They've basically only got one player that has sort of the resources to even try and fight it out against a rifle, but Bobby Mal, let's see if that Tech 9 is going to be put to good use. Probably not. And it ends up being a very, very comfortable round for the CTs. Not a single casualty collected, but still a 5-round deficit to come back from is not going to be an easy affair whatsoever.
I'm going to have to put in a shift. They have gotten the AKs out, so even though they might not have all the utilities, they should have enough to go for an execute that they actually like, that they are comfortable with. I can't imagine that Hong Kong don't have one. The way that they've looked on the CT side, surely they're going to have more tactics, but perhaps the pistol buy in the previous one, that sends Mongolia for a loop. It shouldn't. It should still be able to deduct. Even with everything bought up, it is not enough. Mongolia think this is just a pistol round. Well, they are mistaken. Double up on Banana Ice. Needs to get the hell out because she melts fast. Doesn't manage to get away with a slither of her HP intact. Yuki, pivotal kill there.
Oh, that Molotov is going to incentivize her to have to push out. If they were in position for that, maybe they could have capitalized. Still, that is a big chunk of damage. Now, with the bomb left in T spawn, it's going to waste quite a significant amount of time if they do decide to go and try to collect it. Oh, I am able to get one. Singo coming in from brackets, sort of replicating what Bobby Meow did back when she was on the CT side, and well, Mongolia, they're starting to at least push for the driver's seat again.
CT side. Definitely the favorites, it seems like, in this particular scrap, but that's only one gun round. It seems like there's a timeout here by Hong Kong. It is an awkward monetary situation for them, to be fair. And they can buy up some loose eagles, I reckon, and that's about it. If they want to get an AWP, Miyuki has to save. Yeah, they're just going for the Tech 9. A bit of armor, a bit of util around it. Making sure they can continue to do damage, but has been somewhat absent. There's 3 players that are already able to buy up very comfortably.
Fast push Kim coming into B. This is a chance for GGNE to start farming. And well, they're going to be made quick work of. That was just personal from Miyuki. In between all the bullets, just comes out for a 1D. Okay. Like, chill.
Sometimes you gotta do that. It's in the Matrix.
Yeah. It's called the confidence builders.
Yeah, bit of damage. Yet again, nothing that really is significant right now. This is where Hong Kong can start getting significant, though. Killing the chicken, apparently, Rika thought that was necessary. 5 AKs again. They need to be more cohesive. Very often they're just going out by their lonesome. Very much the same on the side of Mongolia, but it seems like the surprise that they get off of the back of it is at least enough to trade themselves out in Hong Kong. Continuously trailing by 1.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I love that attention to detail. Checking for GGNE on that boost. Shot connects instantly. Singo tucked into Boiler, left unchecked as well. There's not enough potential for a trade there, but Bobby Meow is going to chase down Singo. Brings it to that 3 versus 2, and Hong Kong suddenly looking like their former selves again. Bomb starts to get planted, and in a 2 versus 3 situation with money left in the tank or in the wallet, Mongolia definitely still want to try and go for this.
Mongolia having a crack, but this could also destroy their own economy. They at least now know where 1 is. That's a nice dink trade. Ice, however, gets killed by Bobby Meow, and now it's just a matter of swinging out together, and that's exactly what they do. They get that final kill, locks up. And Mongolia, 1 lost round, and all of a sudden things are looking a whole lot more bleak now that Hong Kong are on 12, but they are still in the position where they can buy up. Even an AWP coming out on Singo. If Hong Kong win this, they're basically in 14. Gonna get lucky.
Hardly.
I like it though, because it does force out a lot of Yuto. It kind of puts Mongolia on edge. Seeing them fire through the smoke, trying to clear everything out, you're more intent to actually start defending that position, even though Hong Kong didn't really have any intention to push through. My goodness, though, those bullets are a whole lot more lethal.
Yeah, connects body shots on the first player, and then even get headshots the one through the smoke. Now, I don't think Oyham realized that there's a player all the way in brackets. She is going to go for the long swing around, though, to try and catch. But now they're going to quickly start to realize that it's going to eventually be that B presence. 3 versus 2 on the B bomb side. Yelam rushing through the Molotov to secure the first one. And with that boost, Rika is able to at least bring down the numbers to just 2. Getting ready for the positions now, and the numbers have yet to be dialed in. 2 from Banana, 1 from CT. Candid posturing very aggressively to try and cut it down to just 2 before the actual fight actually ensues.
Able to get out almost. Miyuki kills Ice, and it could be the surprising factor. Also swivels to the right, and how they exactly know where they are. Candid needs to get out further than this. Can't stick around. A little tap on the bomb. Oyam isn't actually sticking it. Oh, that panics, and Oyam is gonna have plenty of time to defuse the bomb here. And Hong Kong just got a little bit too antsy.
I think shooting through the glass there obviously just sends the message that they've not checked. You know, they since it wasn't obvious if they were going to peek from CT or Coffin. just shooting through the glass, you know, it sort of solidifies the idea that, okay, this guy is stuck in coffin. They possibly cannot instantly try and get me off the defuse.
Huge. So, plenty of money to buy up for Hong Kong. Let's go on the AKs out again. Bobby Meow even has some money left over. Meanwhile, on the side of Mongolia, because they won that round with the skin of their teeth, Hong Kong are still in a very good position where they can easily break the economy and get that 2 for 1 round.
Oh, there's a sliver in the smoke, and Candid will take full advantage of it. Now, Hong Kong, they've got 50 seconds to play around with their cards. 2 for 2 fight, regardless of what bomb site they go to. But they're going to make sure that they use Canada as sort of bait to make sure the rotations aren't going to be brought forward. You're a bit of an off angle here. Is it quickly traded out by Miyuki? And Singo on the other bomb site is going to get her kill, but that still leaves a 3 versus 1 on the ace side. Bomb drop, but Bobby Meow should be able to recover, and it comes down to that 2-on-3.
A little delay in the plant. I didn't realize instantly that she had the bomb on her back. Wants to rotate into the pit instead. Got called back now. The bomb has been planted. Mongolia. Very much the same story as trying to fight it back on B. It is an incredibly tough nut to crack. But if you peeks aggressively, it does get easier or a whole lot harder. That is a pesky one tap if you're on the side of Mongolia, and a beautiful one for HK. Yilam now just waits it out. There's no need to be impatient. There's nothing that Singo can do. And she'll slither away. Not even that. Yilam. My goodness. Yilam gobbles up Singo.
Yeah, she's been spending time on aim lab for sure. That tap in apartments and the swing out towards Motto, both very, very nasty shots to hit. And now this is where Mongolia's economy breaking down late into the game is going to be very problematic. Buying down to like $50 when they've got that $1,900 loss bonus means that Hong Kong get away with potentially 14 if they end up losing this, and then they still don't have money in the next round, which means 15 could be guaranteed. And beyond that point even, they're not getting away with more than $4,500 unless they can win a round and salvage AKs.
This is rough. Nice. Aggressive, and that's huge. Freebie one tap, but unable to recover that AK, even though she absolutely is. Just afraid. Fair enough. Hong Kong, this is exactly how you lose a round like this, by not keeping your teammates secure and not playing in duos, and that's a goal now in the pocket of ice. It looks like Hong Kong aren't even aware that there could be a push through off of the back of it either. They're going to go to the B bomb site, but they do need to get a move on.
Oh, the smoke is going to make it so much harder for them to pop out of it, and the flashbang to follow, again, makes it even harder to clear out. A player in second oranges, but they still haven't checked for the player in triple. Hong Kong able to rush over the bomb side, but this boost is going to be very deadly. Oyham gets one. The player in banana struggling as well. Bobby Meow hits a stray bullet into the head of Ice, and that brings it down to a 2-on-3. Scratch that. Single will be the last person standing, and Candid clears it all up. 14-9. Mongolia are definitely struggling.
Just don't have the money. This is always such a tough question to ask yourself. Do we want to fight back and give ourselves a bit of mental lenience and try to disallow Hong Kong being on 15? Or do we accept this round, try our luck, go for a Fnatic stack, perhaps, and just attempt it? But we'll get OT, and well, they're deciding to try and fight for OT. Lexi, a little bit late on the recognition, and now you just run away here. You've got AK, sure, but you also don't want to give them up. But you also want those frags converted, apparently. Lexi, moving into the site even more so. But you hear all those pistols firing back at you. You at least are calling everybody to just go away. Very simple, easy side take.
I can't believe they're getting away with the damage that they have. Those USBs start to connect a little bit. The bomb is still going to take a second to collect, so that does allow Mongolia to start to reposition a bit. With a couple AKs collected and knowing that they're staring at the brink of a 15-9, they kind of want to go for this. They realize that that loss bonus is only 2,400 though, so maybe they want to be conservative with these AKs.
You just don't have armor. You're already low. No point in going for it. Yeah, this is kind of why I don't like Hong Kong staying around there. There's not really a whole lot of purpose to it. Except for getting a few extra kills, but, well, I mean, those extra kills don't matter anymore, because you have to reinvest 3,700 armor and AK, and if they did have util, that's going to be even more, so... Aggression. Oh, Yilam even does by the bomb explosion. It is a pesky one to try and deal with, to be fair. And Mongolia. Backs against the wall.
Now, Mongolia are thanking their lucky stars that they're able to at least save a couple AKs from the previous round to give them a fighting chance. Hong Kong wanting to end it right here, and I don't think either of us foresaw that this could even be possible. Just knowing how Inferno is and how much experience Mongolia have individually among all of their players. Alexei wanting to be exploratory here on middle, tries to get a looky over the Molotov, but to no avail. Nice little crossfire set up over towards middle as well. If they try to go towards short early, they might even run into the crossfire between the shelter and site player, but Rico is more focused on apartments.
Hong Kong. Just moving about, but not really taking space anywhere. Now they're finally moving for banana control, and the player pressed up, quickly falling down. Ice buried 6 feet under him. She might not come back for the remainder of this map. Well, depending on whether GG can actually hold on to the site, but the rotation for Mongolia are relatively slow. Hong Kong are not pressing their advantage, but now that they've gotten the kill onto the site, there's an access point, and it's going to be tough for Mongolia to try and fight this back. Maybe even impossible, but the AWPers whiffed a shot. That allows Oyhamar to weigh in. Singo, my goodness, just moves on through. Doesn't give a cahoot. Gets 2 kills and brings Mongolia back alive. But Yilam still fighting it out at the back of the site, getting tagged up. Now that her position is found out, it should be a whole lot easier to actually try and deal with her. Oyham does that instantly, and Mongolia stick in it.
Man, honestly, Singo has been doing so much heavy lifting for Mongolia, you know? You might look at the kills and not really feel like she's on top of the board or anything, because Oyham still is still going 24 and 17. But the truth is, there have been so many times in brackets where Singo's gone wild. She single-handedly saved this round for sure, and a couple other highlights as well. Now, question is whether or not this performance can be sustained long enough on the CT side for them to actually net a potential overtime. Molotov down middle. Little smoke as well. Just using that smoke to make sure that early brackets control is not going to be had, especially while that banana player is rotating over back. By that time the smoke dissipates, they're already going to be in good positions.
Mongolia hanging on by a thread, so even though the heroics from Singo pushed them around further, that needs to happen 5 times in a row here. And Hong Kong are looking for a vicious A setup. No apps though. Well, they're going long actually. That perfectly circumvents, but the smoke is off target and they don't take that into account at all. But that's something that you can just very plainly see that they're still fighting out of apps. Singo pushed up close, but now you exactly know there's going to be somebody sitting around here. Flash Abs needs to come on through. Boiler at least trades herself out with on this entire push, slowly but surely going down the train. GG peeks out. That just leaves the one. Might be able to get a kill quickly and plant that bomb, but a 2v1 situation in place, it's got to be tough.
Miyuki's already collected 2 kills, but if she can isolate the player in library, suddenly this is a conversation we can start to have. A rough position has been narrowed down to the left side of the bomb side, gets one, turns around, and it is going to be a very even duel. Who's going to hit that shot first? Ice is struggling, but Ice finally connects. Mongolia, yet another lifeline off the back of a clutch. 15 to 11 now. It kind of feels like they're delaying the inevitable, but the inevitable can only hold on for so long. In 4 rounds, they're going to be on an overtime, and it's an overtime where Mongolia should be starting off on the CT side.
The money is the main issue here, because you've only got one of those rifles saved over. Slowly but surely, it's going down the drain, but in scoreline, this is as close as any of the other matches that we've had in the past week, but with the way that it feels and how certain rounds are set up, how they stack up against each other, it feels so much more closer. And Mongolia are currently trying to prove that. They're fighting back, but it all could be for naught if Hong Kong managed to win one of those one-on-ones at the very end. It's all well. It's all fine and dandy, but Mongolia just keep on clutching up.
Hong Kong starting to creep into banana. Getting ready for that smoke pop now. They only have 2 players to fight against. And since this is a 3-2 setup, if those first 2 players are collected, that could be it. That could potentially be a round off the back of Tech9's and Deagles. And Rika, she has an AWP, so she could be overwhelmed. That smoke allows them to creep into CT spawn, and this makes the duel so much worse. Ice gets 2 of the collateral with the M4, and Elam will finally be able to do some damage. Candid not revealing her position until she can finally sink her fangs into the back of GGNA. A 3v3 now, and Candid, she's in such a great position to continue to pile on the pressure from Coffin, and has the AWP secured now as well. Singo about to peek in, headshot nearly, but the body shots will end it. 2 versus 2 now, and peeking into Coffin does not pay dividends for Miyuki. That final player playing from Hobbit, playing up close. Tech9 connects, but Singo again will save it for Mongolia.
Again and again and again, Mongolia managed to clutch out with 1 player left alive. It's nail-biting for Hong Kong. That's a round that you can accept the way that it happened. And you just had Tech9. You were able to get a bomb plant down. Now the AKs are on the board again. And Hong Kong look to close this one out. And this will be one of their final opportunities. I mean, their bus bonus is only very soon going to hit 3,400. That's after this round if they lose it. They don't really get the convenience of that. where you get a bomb plant, and with the loss bonus, you're still able to buy back up. Mongolia, however, MP9 coming through. It's just so rough to keep on winning the rounds and not have everything that you want to hold off another assault from Hong Kong.
Hong Kong biding their time, letting that utility be used up. There's a double arches play set up, and that smoke is entirely going to mitigate the firepower of the CT side. Now getting back into more orthodox positions. Smoke is going to impede their progress as well if they do decide to push into brackets. And in the meantime, Candid is trying to cook something up with the AWP on Banana. Just trying to get a forward position to make sure that her teammates are going to have a much easier time. In the meantime, though, Lexi, she's tasked with the responsibility of making sure that these A-side players are not going to move a muscle.
Meow. Waiting. Lexi. A gun duel. Just drawing the attention here is already good enough. Hong Kong, meanwhile, they're pushing over towards the B site, and as soon as that's given up, that's where the trouble will start arising. They're all moving through. Shot connect. Rika. Oh my goodness. The entirety of Hong Kong are just being thrown down, and they plainly run out of time. They did not keep their watch in check. They still have enough money to buy back up into this round, but Hong Kong, those are mistakes that very much indicate that they're panicked, that they're stressed out here.
Let me remind you, I know I just jokingly talked about the fact that they were able to get a bunch of USP kills against AKs a few rounds ago. And, you know, we kind of glossed over that. We just saw there were silly little USP kills, but they secured AKs, which then led to better economy in the next round, which led to the final player in the 1 versus 1 having a good enough weapon to actually go for it. Or rather, 1 versus 2, I believe. Regardless, Mongolia would not be in this position if Hong Kong played their cards a little bit better and took more control of the economy. Once again, Hong Kong trying to take control of brackets. That's something that they've consistently been doing and doing successfully. Now, there is a player tucked into Cubby, which they're going to have to watch out for. Singo waiting for potential utility before she actually starts to peek out, and there is not a damn way they can check both angles at once. Bobby Meow, yes, she is going to mitigate the damages by getting that kill, but unfortunately, a little bit too much damage has been inflicted.
The thing is, why would you send in the bomb first? Ice on the draw away. Still lands a headshot. But the bomb went in first for Hong Kong, giving away all intention and allowing Mongolia to easily set up for the rest of this round because the objective becomes very clear-cut. Retrieve the bomb, and only after that you can do something different, and Miyuki about to be caught off guard. As soon as Oyham peeks up, around the corner, yeah, just about. This is very odd now as Miyuki is running back into the T spawn. It's awkward, but Oyham does get that converted, and Hong Kong are now the ones who need to pull it across the line and are not looking like the favorites to do so.
It will be so heartbreaking if Hong Kong aren't able to get this done, especially with how much fortitude they showed initially. They just look like an entirely different team. That CT side from Hong Kong, that was fantastic. They had so much firepower. You constantly saw Alexei getting very aggressive down banana, very aggressive down middle. It was just a consistent display of basically a highlight reel, right? But now Hong Kong are struggling. They've lost so many strong positions, and the unfortunate thing is it's often even come down to 1v1s, 2v2s, all of that, and Mongolia have consistently persevered against the opposition that is Hong Kong.
Mongolia fighting back, not willing to let up. And now all of a sudden they're at the precipice of pushing this through fully. Looking insanely strong in the process. They have had a huge reinvigoration of the squad, especially in those one-on-ones. The moments where it really matters, they are the ones that are actually up to the task, whereas Hong Kong seem to be falling flat in those instances, perhaps due to the pressure. But already there's been a stellar map here, but if Mongolia don't manage to convert it, that's still a steal. Hong Kong don't necessarily need to win it. That's not really what the books indicate.
Oh, Lexei, very strong position to hold. Quickly catches Oyham, and keep in mind that is the strongest fragger on Mongolia right now. And the fact that they've been able to get this opening kill is a bit of a novelty, actually. They haven't been getting untraded kills on the T side very often. In fact, especially not around that 1 minute and 20-second mark. In Hong Kong, I think they want to quicken up their pace a little bit. That rotation is going to start coming in from Library, but now the pressure's piling on the CTs. Bobby Meow with a quick opener. There's still a player lurking around in the site, but she's going to be taken care of. And Mongolia, you made it so far, so close, yet no cigar. Rika, this 1v5, definitely impossible.
You can try all you want, but there's just too many angles to deal with on the opposite side. Mongolia, very valiant effort, but not one. That's going to be fully brought into fruition. And there's already the first trap laid out, and that will be the last barrier. Miyuki closes it out for Hong Kong. They made it as close as possible, but still Mongolia, they were the favorites coming into it. They lose map 1, their own map pick, and that's a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, and honestly, that was such a... It often felt like a one-sided game, but twice, you know? We had this one-sided streak of rounds from Hong Kong, and then we had this one-sided streak of rounds from Mongolia. But to be honest, Mongolia really had to fight for it, you know? There were so many cases where we constantly saw those 2v2s, 1v1s, and it often felt like Hong Kong were doing all the right plays. They were always on the right... it kind of felt like they were always starting on the right foot, but they just weren't able to close out many of these rounds, right? So it's a very uncomfortable spot to be in. It does actually turn out to be one of the most hotly contested games I've actually casted in the IESF, so I'm super happy about that. You know, that's something we were dreading heading into some of these casts. You know, we thought that maybe they it just so happens that in a lot of qualifiers, a lot of games are going to be one-sided. That's just the nature of grassroots levels CS, or any esport for that matter, right? That doesn't end up being the case. In fact, I probably saw some of the best mechanics I've seen in IESF so far. You know, we had so many different instances where Oyham was going absolutely nuts. We saw great control by Bobby Meow on middle, and that was replicated by Singo on brackets as well. I think there were quite a few... there were just flashes of brilliance all across the board, right? You can't take any credit away from that. Both teams, they played phenomenally. And I really have to give a lot of credit to Mongolia. The fact that they were down by such a large margin and they can still sort of have the mental composure to bring it right back, at least bring it to that 14-round mark, and even give themselves a very reasonable shot at overtime, that's respectable. And honestly, they did a fantastic job.
Exactly, they did a fantastic job, and that means there's plenty of highlights to look at, so make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back after a quick little highlight package.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody, to the IESF Asian Championship. Incredible game that we just witnessed, Hyperia. I mean, I don't think you and I were expecting it to be as competitive as it was. You know, it went 16-14, and what an incredible attempt at a comeback from Mongolia. But honestly, though, I think the narrative we had from the start was that Mongolia was going to be the better team. So the fact that they even had to go for a comeback to begin with, and they even ended up losing that regardless, that is a bit of a surprise to us. And in fact, I believe it was on their own map pick, right?
Yeah, it was Mongolia's map pick, and they lost against Hong Kong 16-14. From the very start, I wasn't expecting it to be anywhere near a match. I was expecting like a 16-5 for Mongolia, considering there wasn't any information on Hong Kong. Well, there is information now, and that is that they're damn good at this game. Looking incredibly crisp with the aim, namely, is that sure there's sometimes sprayed outs that go a little bit more labored than you would want it to go, but they one-tap so often that is certainly not an issue, right? Because as long as you land a headshot, you're only needing one more bullet if you've got the A1S. So it is a very surprising, a welcome surprise at the very minimum that we've gotten here. But now it's up to Mongolia to fight back on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very I mean, I'm not really sure what to expect from this next matchup, but I still feel like Mongolia, you know, with the flashes of fire in their eyes they had at the end of that map, I think this is going to be a very interesting game. But we do have the post-match statistics ready. You know, we get a chance to see who played well, who didn't. On the side of Hong Kong, you know, Candid went absolutely wild. 29 eliminations, 20 deaths, basically on a 30 bomb in spirit, especially because she had 7 assists. On the other side of the scoreboard, though, Oyham was performing as sort of the best fragger for a very long time, but Singo, with some of her clutches, some of those retakes, so many different instances where she was holding incredibly well on the CT side, it was just, she was playing a class apart. Even if they don't end up winning the map, you know, mad props to her. She played incredibly well.
Also, the balls he just walked through a smoke when they were planting. There's 4 players alive, and to get a 3k spray down, that is absolutely insane. To recognize that maybe Hong Kong aren't looking the other way, and that is probably the best way in. It's a play that if it goes wrong, you've just thrown all your opportunity away, and there's no single chance to get it back anymore. But head to head, there are more elims on the side of Hong Kong. But realistically, I mean, it was 16-14. It's about as close as it can get, or literally as close as it can get. So elims being close together also make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, honestly, this game could have gone either way, right? With how well Mongolia were playing, especially on the comeback, if that performance had surfaced a little earlier, this could have definitely gone the other way as well, which is why I'm not too worried for Mongolia, even as they head into map number 2. Yes, they are potentially on the brink of just being knocked out here, but the good thing is, you know, it's not like they're heading into Anubis, you know, it's not that third map just yet. You know, we both talked about how the third map wasn't a guarantee, and Hong Kong, knowing that they were the team to last ban, to sort of have the last ban, we know for a fact that Anubis is something that they are quite comfortable with playing. And if it actually ends up going to that, it's going to be a tough situation for Mongolia to be in. Well, I mean, it is going to go to that for sure if Mongolia end up winning. So now they're actually looking forward to having to go to Anubis, even if it's going to be a total showcase of chaos. Regardless, the MVP, of course, goes to Candid. Obviously, sitting on a 30 bomb nearly, she had a marvelous showing.
She was doing incredibly well, and well, we were already commended how well they're aiming and how crisp they're looking with the shots. We're going on to Mirage next, mate. So that's going to become even more prevalent and even more part of the game, because in Inferno, there's just going to be some rounds that are dead lost purely due to one of the bomb sites of being overwhelmed. On Mirage, yeah, it's not quite the same exact story. There's a lot more access to from the one side to another as well. If you're playing B short, you can also start firing off into A, so there's a whole lot of freedom that you can play with. And also the pushes through, I feel like, are a bit more lethal, because you can't push mid on Inferno without being in enemy territory and deep as well. Mirage, you at least can start pushing through and actually control mid as a CT before the Ts fully get there.
Yeah, honestly, Mirage is going to be really fun to watch, because one thing that both of these teams have proven, regardless of any other circumstance, right, is that they potentially have a very high mechanical ceiling. We're going to see that for sure on Mirage. That's something I have pretty high belief in. You know, we saw some of those crispy shots from Oyham. We saw Yilam go absolutely wild as well. Candid just being a demon. All of that's going to culminate into potentially a very exciting Mirage to watch. And I'm honestly glad that that's the second map, because had it been the third map potentially, I mean, Mirage barely ever is that third map, let's be perfectly honest. But if it was, then there was a chance that we wouldn't get to see it. But, you know, it's sort of... It's sort of a comfort pick for basically every team. I think there are very few teams that sort of shy away from Mirage, and I don't really think either of these teams is going to be one of them. So super excited to watch that Mirage.
Going on to it, purely based off of how Inferno went, where would you place the odds that we do go on to Anubis, man?
Anubis, oh man, I would... considering that it's Hong Kong's map pick and they look just so damn good on their CT side, the fact that they're probably going to start on the T side definitely makes it a little easier for Mongolia, at least mentally, even if not really on paper. But I would probably still give it a 70-30. I do think that it is heavily favored for Hong Kong.
And that's what you get when you win the opponent's map pick. You put the ball in your opponent's court where you can easily drive it home, and Hong Kong, they looked already like they were absolutely stellar. They came out of the gate swinging the entire way through, and if they do that on Mirage, the only way that I can really see Mongolia firing back here and winning the map fully is by Hong Kong letting down a little bit, being close to victory. It already showed that once they get close to victory, they get a bit antsy. They aren't comfortable anymore, and the opponents are using that to move into a more aggressive position to fully challenge you outright. And that's what Mongolia did perfectly. But the thing is, Hong Kong did manage to right their backs at the very end again and get back into contention to actually close it out. So in the moments where it really matters, where it comes down to it, where it's do or die, Hong Kong are still sticking it out.
Yeah, honestly, this could go either way. Especially with those clutches that came out from Mongolia, I really do have a lot of faith that they're going to perform well on Mirage. It is also one of those sort of, it is one of those maps where clutches are really rewarded, and clutches are sort of something that can often define the game, especially with how the setup is these days. You know, a lot of people are going to sort of abandon A just to sort of play a retake style setup. That is where clutch potential really comes into play. And then obviously that clutch potential, if you're sort of the player that really thrives in taking aggressive duels or taking disadvantageous duels, then that clutch potential also plays into other areas of the map, like going for mid control. So I really do look forward to seeing how that mid and A presence is going to be from either squad, because that is definitely going to be fun to watch.
And that's kind of what we talked about the very first day when we were on as well, when we had Mirage. That it was mainly mid that just piqued my curiosity, because if you want to go for any execute on A or B, in A you might be able to get away with just an A execute, but with B you can't really do that unless it's like a Tech 9 overwhelm type of strategy.
Yeah,
you can't really do it without mid under your control. And fighting back mid requires utility, it requires you to peek into the angles, and it requires for the game to be started, and we've at least got one of those locked up.
Now, Mongolia starting on the CT side, Hong Kong on the T. Yilan being the first person to move in. There's only going to be one player on CT, and that's something I was talking about earlier. You know, you play that abandoned A setup usually, where you just leave CT for retakes. And Oyham is going to try to tuck herself into the corner, still being a very big menace here all the way from CT, able to do quite a bit of damage before she finally falls. 3 versus 3 now, and the T's are in incredible positions to defend because they're all 3 in CT. This is going to be a firing gallery as soon as they start approaching. Now the CTs, they realize they need to narrow this down. The smoke makes it harder, and the problem is the smoke is up, which means they can start to stick the bomb, and Ice has done an incredible job at keeping them off of it with just 2 players alive with a disadvantage straight off the bat. Mongolia are still able to get it done.
Hong Kong, the issue was that they were peaking one by one. And with that, continuously letting up and allowing Ice to get those individual duels. Ice did phenomenally, but she shouldn't have the opportunity to do that anyway. If you just overwhelm, you all push at the same time, you're able to overwhelm the defender, or at least one of you is going to be able to have a shot on the diffuser. Perhaps Hong Kong overlooked that there was a kit on the opposite side. They've still got a hefty buy coming through here. One already pushed up into it there heavily around the corner. And again, that's the bomb. Why, Hong Kong, do you keep on doing this?
That puts them in a very peculiar spot for sure, and Singo getting that kill on ramp. That was the only second prong they had for a potential sandwich, so that's out of the gate. Now, This should be a relatively easy cleanup. And considering that Hong Kong invested entirely into this, they bought as much as they possibly could. Mongolia are going to get a chance to coast by in the next round.
I really don't know why Hong Kong pushing with the bomb as the very first. And nobody even really on the back of it either. No flashes, no support, nothing. It just is a silly decision. And you see exactly why. They lose the round before it even really starts. No chance to buy back up either. Mongolia, some smooth coasting here. Should be on to 3-0 again. Which is also the way that Inferno started, but then for Hong Kong, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, this is sort of what I was talking about in the pregame. Just knowing that both of these teams are going to have very heavy mid-presence, just knowing that those aim duels are going to culminate into basically another highlight reel, potentially. Unfortunately, that Hong Kong is on the receiving end of that highlight reel.
He's ready to pick up frags. It's calm. It's around that. You're supposed to be losing anyway. And, Single almost caught in the timing. The Tech 9 is no match for her. Mongolia managed to get by and around, and that was always going to be a given. It's mainly how they got by, and that's also in great standing where they didn't take a whole lot of casualties. They're able to buy back up. Ice now getting the AWP out. Do they have varying AWPers on the side of Mongolia? That it's Singo and Inferno, and now it's Ice. It's Ice. Ice also doesn't have an amazing position or anything. If anything, Singo had a good AWPing position where you could just bomb into the connector or have a cheeky look down ramp.
Slow traversal into connector. And with this Palace push, although the CTs have a little bit more information to work with, they also give up the only prong that they directly had on the site. This allows Hong Kong to start moving in, but the problem is they've lingered in connector for so long that CT rotation starts to come in, and it's two players, not just one, so getting that bomb down, it's going to be oh so hard unless they can actually put that smoke to good use. I'm getting ready to be planted. Yelam, not expecting there to be a player there. There's a second one which hasn't been left accounted for, but the problem is the audio cue is there, which means that Yelam will now preemptively be ready for it. Hong Kong in solid positions to stop this retake.
So exposed though, Yelam doesn't really have any back covering. Nobody's coming from short anyway, and as soon as they step into the connector, Bobby Meow is there to deliver them a lobbering, but Rika still gets the kill on Yelam due to being so low. Candy, great spray transfer on the head of Ice in Hong Kong. In the first round possible, they immediately fire back with their weapons, and we're going to have a bit of a tech timeout as well, considering one of them is disconnected, unfortunately.
It's a bit of a slow start for Hong Kong, but they're quite fine with it. You know, only allowing Mongolia to really get away with 3 rounds before they start things off. And obviously that opening kill just comes down to Singo getting a little antsy, trying to get information. I don't blame her for it because it makes sense, you know, when you don't have a lot of information on any area of the map. You at the very least want to try and push one angle to make sure you're not going to be entirely surprised when they do intend on pushing in. Honestly, though, I'm a little surprised that Hong Kong are able to push it over the line when they took so damn long in connector. In a lot of cases, you would just have that CT ticket booth and short pincer come in, which essentially makes it impossible for you to fight back against either of them, and that pretty much seals the deal. But Mongolia, they go for the long rotation instead. They get ready in CT and unfortunately do not win the aim duels.
Yeah, Hong Kong. Great to be firing back this early on. It is yet again a very equal map, but you can definitely see that both these teams are so experienced on this map, which is why it's a curious case of Anubis sneaking through. By far the odd one out. And I certainly hope we do get there, but as you see by the top right, it is a map picked by Hong Kong, so you'd think that they've got a trick up their sleeve. No, really the disappearing trick, which is also something they're apparently incredibly good at.
I'm not really sure what the technical holdup is about. I'm going to quickly try and get word on that.
There's one player missing from Hong Kong, so I assume it's that.
Okay, yeah, we don't really have any more information than just the fact that a player is disconnected, so it could really just be for a variety of reasons. Regardless, this is a pretty solid showing already, you know? We saw Hong Kong start off very strong on Inferno. Now we're seeing Mongolia do the same on Mirage. Sort of tip the scales back to even Steven.
We'll try and figure out how quickly this can be resolved. We all like to get back into the action, but it always becomes the question of when there's such a break, who does it affect more? The team that just won a round and kind of had the wind pushed in their sails, or Mongolia who already have 3 rounds on the board? I personally don't think it matters a whole lot, but there's certainly teams that instantly decline as soon as they're not able to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can always have that conversation about momentum, but with Hong Kong having just won a round, I'm pretty sure they wanted to capitalize on that. And when Mongolia are potentially looking at economic collapse in the next round, they get a chance to breathe as well. So I would say this is pretty even, Steven. Okay, I think all players have connected now. I believe it was Bobby Meow that disconnected, and she is back.
There we go. That's what we'd like to see.
I honestly really appreciate how competitive these games have been, you know. That previous map being 16-14 was just great to watch.
Yeah,
some really nice highlights.
Breath of fresh air for us as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we've casted quite a few one-sided games here. I think the only game that actually went the full distance was probably Iran versus Palestine.
I wasn't there for that.
Oh yeah, that was with WEC. I remember now.
Yeah. Mid-control here by Hong Kong. Exactly what we talked about, but there's not really a whole lot of fight back for Mongolia, even though they've got that AWP. They're using it as a jungle window opener. Looks like
yeah, they kind of realize...
looking to get back control.
Yeah, they kind of realize that they have basically no utility, right? And for mid-control, you at least need a whole bunch of flashes. Maybe, you know, have a Molotov up for top middle. So instead, they're going to double down on just trying to get kills the old-fashioned way. Now, GG, expecting there to be players coming our way, is able to get one, and Singo adds one more to the tally as well, which leaves just Bobby Meow and Lexay to try and go for this 2 versus 4. There's a player in backside, one coming out of market as well, and Oyham is going to time it right. Swings out, Mongolia again. Nice and easy round, and made it look pretty one-sided, actually.
I am just set back in the market, and Hong Kong just plainly didn't spot her sitting there, and that was a huge let up. That would have been the access to the site, and then you could have cleared out the back and slowly but surely started working towards getting the site under control, playing the post plant. But Hong Kong losing the round means there's a scout coming out, a whole lot of util missing as well. It's just saying, mountain to climb here. Mongolia peek into a ramp off of the back of the flash. By the way, this is the group with Indonesia in there as well, who seem insanely strong in the female department. So, nice. Gunning out and canned it. Want to get off to a great standing at the very start. Anybody can take down anybody, though, and Bobby will prove exactly that.
I think Alexei heard the audio cue from Molotov as well, and GG. She's going to stand right next to connector, allow them to go for the plant. And I'm a little surprised that nade didn't do anything, but I think it might have just bounced off. Just come down to the 3 versus 3, though, and they're all kind of not playing in positions that they can recede from. One of them has been narrowed down into firebox, so all attention is going to be on her. With the CTs, they're spending quite a bit of time, and Bobby Meow is doing an incredible job at wasting time. Rika on default, and Singo, you know, she's been great with clutches, but not a whole lot you can do against 3 with an 8 OBP.
Yeah, Hong Kong, they immediately fire back, and those tussles always favor the T side since their economy just that little bit cheaper. Mongolia, they can't try to go for the trade again, and they'll try at least, but they don't really have the facilities to actually convert upon that attempt. A stack up, or perhaps a rush, or anything here for Mongolia. But the flames already thrown into connector. Singo taking a whole lot of damage. Now she's isolated as well. The action going down at mid. Bobby needs to peek on that quickly as well to make sure that they are being thrown into the mulcher, and indeed everybody is entering the lawnmower.
Yeah, pretty straightforward round here from Hong Kong, just reeling it back in, just not letting the advantage get too difficult to come back from. 4-3 now, and there's only a 1-round deficit. Mongolia do get to buy up, but this is on the CT side, and they don't really have a mountain of cash to rely on later. They do need to make this round count. Ooh, problem is that even in this round, they're not going to have a whole lot of utility, and you know, they did a great job previously where when they didn't have utility, they pushed into ARAM just to try to make better use of those weapons rather than waiting for the fights to come to them. I don't think they can do that twice. GG and Singo, though, a kill apiece. And with that 1-2 punch of the AWP and M4, suddenly there's a whole lot less responsibility on each of these players. Just need to hold the passive angles now.
You can just sit back for the rest of this. Don't get agitated by trying to push in. Just sit back and enjoy the show. They are starting to push on up. Rika has been able to find her way through, but whether that's going to be held, Alexei was looking towards that angle, but yeah, Rika just instantly strikes. There's no escaping, though. 2 angles peak. Now it should now be as clear as well, so they're going to try and run it over there as soon as possible. Yes, there was a short player in GG, but as soon as you take that down, you've at least given yourselves a chance at taking the site, getting the bomb down, giving yourselves an extra injection of cash. Lexi with a clear on under another. Peaks. Oh, what a shot by Singo.
Incredible work on Inferno, and once again, with the AWP on Mirage, he is putting the numbers in. A site setup. This time around, they're going to go for a pretty simple exec with one player on middle as well. GG, though, capitalizes on the fact that Lexay goes for the push a little too early, and because they go for that mid-presence early, there's not going to be that second prong to act as a sandwich, which also allows Mongolia to get into way better positions before that exec even starts to happen.
Pistols all falling down the drain as the blood seeps into the ground. And Hong Kong, they can pick up their fall and get back. Oh, their direct opponent right there if you're Bobby Meow, but for anybody else, you're going to have to wait out until Bobby Meow is done with her shenanigans. Doesn't have the bomb on her back currently. That's all the way down at ramp. Yeah, you can run the long way around. It's all about doing damage here anyway.
Is it? Is it just about damage? Because there's still 20 seconds remaining, and if you can get a quick kill on Oyham, maybe we could have that conversation, but that's not a talk that Mongolia want to have. Hong Kong potentially had the opportunity to put Mongolia in a position where the economy would just be terrible on the CT side, but even with limited resources, Mongolia are able to make a massive dent and instead turn the tables around, make cash hard to come by for the T's.
Hong Kong. It's tough though, because yes, you've been able to do a whole lot of damage. Nothing that really comes off of it unless you're able to overwhelm B here. Hong Kong, what are you in the position where you need to start picking up rounds? Fair, Mongolia did have that pistol round, so in terms of rounds after the pistol, we're 3 for 3, dead equal. Why it's so important to pick up those pistols. Rika not getting overwhelmed here. The spray transfer is immaculate, but the third one is a step up too high. Yuki, they're actually being able to overwhelm. There's a player on short, but that also quickly goes down. Hong Kong, it's just a matter of planting that bomb as soon as possible. It's a 2-on-2. This is entirely possible.
Problem is, there's a player coming in from apartments, and I don't think they're equipped to handle that, especially Miyuki. But with that Molotov coming in, she's going to react, and that is a crispy flick. Now, Oyham trying to move in from market, but Candid's right in her face with a deagle. Only 7 points of health. A stray bullet could have ended the deal, but Hong Kong, they persevere and get on to a 4th round. And this is where the money gets a little shaky, Hyperia.
The Abs player also flashed as well, so there was a tell that somebody came from Abs, but this is indeed where it gets shaky because they're buying up on the side of Mongolia as well. They're not happy. This seems like more of a vengeance buy. Oh, anything you can do, we can do better, but you don't have any utility. Hong Kong should be quick to overwhelm here. If and only if they fully manage. Singo,
nice shot from
Singo.
Singo.
Started off with though. Needs to be careful.
Oh, Canada's actually putting them in a position where if she ends up losing these duels, it could be very difficult, but responsibility fulfilled. Ooh, nice little 180 on Singo as well. Loving that awareness. With it being brought down to a 4-on-2 just up against the Eagles, it shouldn't be too hard for the T's to start clearing up. And honestly, already a pretty solid T-side performance. They've been able to put together 5 rounds, and anything they get beyond this, they should be able to feel great about that. I think 5 rounds is like sort of the minimum comfortable requirement you have for T-side, and then if you can make it 6 to 7, then we can start talking.
Okay. Back in position. If this is anything similar to how Inferno went, their CT sides are supposed to be a whole lot stronger. I think this is on the face of it, a bit easier to manage if you're CT because you're not completely locked out of a round as soon as you lose a site. So perhaps this is a bit more equal, and it also, of course, comes down to how the teams and how experienced they are with playing it. But this should be another freebie round for Hong Kong.
Oh, this could be Miyuki salivating over the prospect of potentially getting a nasty spray down. There it is. That's the one. Molotov to protect herself close as well, but that is only going to be 2 kills for her. I mean, she's got a lot more patience than me. I'm just running into that and trying to get a 5k.
Oh, yeah, I'm sticking out there. Pick them all up. I'll go there, double up setup here. And I'm trying to pick them all up as well, but I mean, it's at the expense of so damn much utility. Like, they've got 1 smoke. Also an AWP kill. But Singo didn't strike first. Lexay just tagged her up. That's a rough start here.
Oh, Candid. She's been successful in connector before. Just fight the player on triple as well, but although Ice is able to take care of that issue, the refrag will ensue. Rika and Gigi now have to try and get that 2 versus 3, but before we can really even have that ball rolling, it's just going to be that hopper remaining.
Rough. Round that you can't afford to lose just went down the drain. And Hong Kong are in the driver's seat because of it. They've also got money if they want to go for a hunt down. As soon as they figure out Riga's position, I presume they'll at least try. But I mean, they're not out of the water just yet. Yeah, they're just planting default. They're not even trying to cross over, and Bobby does that now. But I think you sent somebody, probably not, to be fair, because teams have been very intent on actually going for this. And Rika just runs.
Oh no, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
That was probably their only leverage in this round, because look at their money, right? They're probably not even going to try and contest this one. Just allow it to get to that 8th round for Hong Kong and then try to play for the 7th. Now, Hong Kong could potentially be in a prime position to close this half out 9-6. And then when they get on the CT side, judging by how they played previously in their Inferno CT side, if that's anything to go off of, I would be very scared if I'm a Mongolian fan.
In general as well, because they're not doing too well in other ventures. Talking about the Mongols right now. They must be a huge inspiration as well for such a team to have a team at the major, right? I mean, that's a great kill out of Ouyam. Really, that doesn't bring any life into this round, as Hong Kong are also looking to respond off the back of that quickly. Now, they just grab up the bomb and leave the AK out in the middle of nowhere. Gonna be able to get that locked up, but yeah, this is so weird because Mongolia, they now know that it's going to be a B hit. That's exactly what it's going to be. Those USPs are incredibly weak, but perhaps with enough of them and some headshots coming through. Also, a Deagle from Ice quickly needs to be overwhelmed. Bobby Meow at least deals with Singo, and that just leaves Ouyam arriving way too late at the party.
OIAM's just desperately hoping she can get this AK across the finish line, or at least across this round. Definitely going to ease the burden on the money a little bit. Just allow that extra bit of util to come through. I'm not exactly sure where the round loss bonus is because these rounds have been so back and forth, but I believe it was it 3,400? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was 3,400. Because they've just lost a lot of rounds in a row. Yeah, I think they were up 6-4 and now Hong Kong's 8-6, so.
Yeah. Tough. 3 of those are in the pistol round as well. A pistol round being able to fend off the force buy and then getting the freebie picked up afterwards. Ooh, yet again, it's Hong Kong who hit their first up shot, but no kill conversion. And Singo gets away nicely, but the AK, or the nade rather, will do plenty of work thereafter. They saw somebody move in to pick up that AWP, so they'll be aware of the secondary one, or at least one of them is still alive. As, to be fair, they haven't really shown their second one, but considering Mongolia brought it out earlier, wouldn't be too far-fetched to think of it right now. Hong Kong moving into an A spot, perhaps a pincer with a very tiny pincer being Bobby Meow.
A side hit about to brew, one in Palace, 2 in Ramp, and now they're starting to make it obvious. Soham is in a great position if she can leverage it. Elam will be the first one to start contesting. Bobby Meow, in the meantime, has to make it through. Ooh, what a shot on to short. But Ice is going to keep things competitive by getting that first kill. Second shot missed, but Oyham hasn't revealed her position yet. Surely this can be 7 rounds as long as she doesn't drop the ball. Wants to swing out wide, doesn't immediately connect the shot, but Bobby Meow brings it down to a 1-on-2. Bomb is in the middle of the site. There's simply not enough time to try and contest every single one of these angles, so she's going to have to play it a little bit desperately, but Rika will put her in the coffin. Very close half. But Hong Kong still slither away with that round, with that half victory.
That's huge. Mongolia looked like it was going to go all against them. But you still have the pistol round where you've already gotten a whole lot of your rounds. And Hong Kong are still in a winning position. They already were, considering they took down Inferno. And it's all starting to stack up now, and the pressure certainly on Mongolia to try and fend this one off. Looks like Mongolia are going for a simple A hit with a bit of util on the back of it.
A-side hit commencing. Miyuki and Lexei, they're just making quick work of the opposition. Hong Kong just looking too damn strong. The Flash just ends up sealing the deal. And now they are flirting with double digits potentially. Mongolia down a round.
Hong Kong winning the pistol and disallowing Mongolia to go for a bomb plant. Thus far, every single time that the CTs have won the pistol round, which pretty sure has been every single time as well, maybe barring one, but there's at least been a T bomb plant. Now that there isn't one, they can't go for a buy. A perfect molly as well to disconnect the push. They're running through, but that just softens them up for the MP9. Miyuki converting all the frags. There's Candid coming through with one, but there's so much cash now in the pocket of Miyuki.
Yeah, just bolstering that lead even further. Now that Hong Kong are on double digits and they have very fat wallets, I'm pretty sure they're going to start feeling a whole lot more comfortable in this game. You know, they have all the advantages they could possibly need. They've got the money, they've got the CT side, they have the first map, so they've got the confidence to go off the back of that. And if they end up dismantling Mongolia on this round, they also have the short-term economic advantage. So, let's see how this one's going to roll. Mongolia playing a pretty split style of play, not really committing too many players over towards middle, but Candid has a nice little one-way smoke to play off the back of. Nade follows through, but doesn't quite reach GG. But they know there's a player stuck behind the boxes, so they might want to contest. Miyuki doing what she does best. Beasting out on A. She's going 20-9 right now. A testament to how good her firepower is.
Great fire back by Singo, though. Always pesky to play window when you don't have an AWP. Mongolia. A bit of real estate on A as well. Ice. Catches Lexa completely out into the open. Miyuki. It's going to be checked. Takes a bullet, but that's it. And Singo takes a whole lot more. Hong Kong also in position at CT again, and just as the cross happens, that's where Miyuki peeks on out. Yilam way too exposed, but immediately pivot. And this is so strong out of Hong Kong. Dismantling Mongolia.
Unfortunately, the outlook for Mongolia is not looking a whole lot better. You know, there's just a lot of money to go up against, not a whole lot for themselves, and they've looked a little lost in these takes, you know? Even on that mid-presence, they didn't really have all of their pieces working as a unit. Kind of just being caught by surprise by that one-way from Candid as well. Obviously, this round is not really much of a yardstick to go off the back of. Ouch. Singo, that's the second time she's done that.
Yeah.
AK1, Steagle second.
Able to retrieve it as well. Again, Hong Kong.
Ooh.
They lose
Okay,
rifle.
that makes it interesting.
Oh no, but Singo's pushing through, and there is somebody on the angle. Oh my goodness, that was incredibly slow. It felt like Bobby Meow as well. Yeah, coming through, decapitates from behind. Next shot to go through. Mongolia, they're so spread out. They're going to bunch up, and looks like they want to go for an A execute. But, I mean, Ice just stood out into the open before anybody was even remotely close to challenging at the same time.
I think one of the final few chances for Mongolia to actually make themselves relevant on the server right now might be coming up. Average of 5,000 in the bank, so buys are not going to be the issue. Actually getting something off the back of that might be. I think this is what we foresaw a little bit, you know, once Hong Kong gets on that CT side, especially with how well they played it on Inferno, I did really expect them to look like completely different beasts. Yes, they looked a little lost at times on the T side, but that's just the nature of the T side sometimes. Very heavy mid-presence coming out this time, though, and Singo's been really good at getting those openers. She's going to do it again, but Bobby Meow gets away with 3. What a spray down. And she makes it look so damn easy. The remaining 2 members left in apartments, and now they want to desperately try and get something done. The bomb will be following soon, but man, with a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, up against a whole lot of utility as well, what the hell can they possibly do?
Gonna try and break through Bobby Meow, who's already been ironclad in the defense. Bobby's not gonna spread either. Bobby Meow gets the ace, and there Hong Kong go. A step in the winning direction, and there's only a few left for them to cross the border.
Man, that opening kill from Singo was very promising. Unfortunately for them, Bobby Meow is on the server, and she has something to say about it. 21-10. a 3-round deficit now, sorry, a 3-round gap between them and the finish line, and that's for the entire match. I think you and I were worried that Hong Kong wouldn't even make it to the 3rd map, right? But they're the ones that are kind of making that come true, but not the way we expected.
Mental.
Mm-hmm.
A execution.
Potentially contesting for that 2-0 finish, man.
Mongolia want to prevent it though, and they're moving on to the A site. We're on board with Bobby Meows rotating in through jungle. Flash to come through as well, trying to pepper this defense. They step on out, but they struggle to actually convert the shots, and as soon as the vision is regained, nice way, quick work of Alexei, punishing her for her inaccuracies. Now he's just spraying through the smoke, trying to get lucky. Gambling goes through, but nobody actually falls. There's on the opposite side, 2 bunched up though. There's not a lot of view to, but Yilam is coming through with a full belt. Needs to go back and forth. Rican, Oyam, they at least fire back, but now they know where they're at. They can try and work on getting them out. Singo is keeping their back secure. Does that insanely well, and Candid only had a pistol. And it had an AWP as well, but the pistol, way more prevalent close range, and Mongolia at least fight back.
Man, the problem is that the push that was coming in from behind, that's the only person that had a Molotov. Had the Molotov been available earlier, they would have been able to swing out and create a lot more distraction and space for the person coming in for the flank. That Molotov, one molly could have just cleared out Firebox and Triple, just made it so much harder for the T-sides to defend themselves. But still, money's going to be afloat for Hong Kong. Not really running into the economic wall just yet. High low one-way setup. And Candid takes perfect advantage of it. She's been really good at playing around these little angles, you know, just setting up tiny one-ways. She's done it on middle. She didn't connect her.
Ooh. Coming back. Losing this round. Mongolia would be massive. Lexei, that is ballsy. Candid peeks on through as well. And Hong Kong, slowly but surely, they're making sure Mongolia player disappear, and there's only the one left with 20 HP, just a random nade, which they don't have, but even the molly when they're planting, anything can be lethal here. That's it. Hong Kong who pull through in the round. Very simple side execution in Mongolia. And they've got money to reinvest, but if they don't get a bomb plant, they're still going to be backed against the wall.
Oyham, the opportunity just runs to her and presents itself. Ice getting a chance on middle as well, so Hong Kong failing on both accounts over here. And somehow Mongolia are starting to turn the tide a little bit. Not a single duel being won, with the exception of Bobby Miao on the B side, but now they've narrowed down her position. Great little flashbang for her to be peeking out, but Ice is able to avoid it and swiftly serve some death. Surprisingly enough, that was kind of a smooth round, I fear you.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Mongolia again have that invigoration at the very end. But it is something that, yet again, perhaps, it's too late in Hong Kong. They've got enough money to buy up another round. After that, the money does get sticky. But even then, they're 5 rounds in the clear. They can have some economic hardship. Meanwhile, Mongolia's economy is tumbling due to the loss bonus decreasing, and Hong Kong continuously fragging out. At least nobody else dies to the bomb here. And Yuki isn't... I was going to say isn't long for this world, but round just about ends in the correct time.
Mongolia, mid presence secured.
Nice. Great fighting back. Rika and Oliham. Both of them getting the kill piece. He lured into this.
Oh,
being
no,
yeah,
no.
exactly. Candid. Lands a 1D even though it was on the body. You've got Rika playing around, and that's something that Hong Kong don't realize just yet, but now it's just a deagle going down. The market players are at least aware of this, and they can try and play accordingly. Wanted to go through as well, further limit progress for Hong Kong on this retake, but now they quickly want to make this AK disappear, and the crucial part is that they did survive, excuse me. Ice gets a kill with Lexi, 3 HP, holding on by a thread. Oh! What a shot!
I did not see that coming from a mile away.
Neither did she, I reckon. I mean, that's one of those shots where they just yank their mouse across their keyboard and they'll see whatever the hell ends up happening. Like, look how far away this is.
It was so crisp, too. Like, instantly stopping on the head. It's not even like the cursor flew by and clicked on. It clicked in the middle somewhere, you know? It locked onto the head. It was just beautiful.
Oh my goodness. That's a punch in the gut if I've ever seen one. And that to happen in probably, or what could be the final round, as Miyuki wants to make that a certainty. This is painful for Mongolia. The favorites coming into this. Yeah. Holding on at the very bare minimum.
Like, say, opening mid-kill. You can tell that Mongolia are just trying to get desperate, trying to look for every duel they possibly can. And Lexi's kind of tucked into the corner, so checking for her is going to be very tough. Only 10 points remaining on her, and GG is still trying to claw her way back. 15-9. So they need to try and fight for their life. They've been able to do it on Inferno. Can they continue to pump out the clutches once again to give themselves a reasonable chance at a comeback? GG. Smoke deployed. Cross is available. Rika is going to deploy that connector, or rather jungle smoke as well. But there's a player already tucked into CT, which makes it a much more difficult duel. Now, Rika knows that she's going to have to do things the old-fashioned way, try and clear out these angles. Nice shot from her. Yelam peeks out, brings it down to the 2-on-1. Now, GG, she's got so much responsibility here. And it all comes down to the 1v1, the chance at an overtime. GG doesn't realize that Yelam's gone all the way around, gives the audio cue, and that is all she wrote. Hong Kong win out 16-9 on the second map, making it a 2-0 victory. We definitely did not expect that, Hyperia.
Absolutely not. For Mirage also to be relatively dominant as well shows that there is normalcy. Hong Kong, they managed to take the opponent's map pick, feel more comfortable on theirs, and are able to close it out. I thought it was a bit scary at the start when they lost the pistol and the second round after that as well, but realistically, that's only the pistol shenanigans. They were able to fight that back in the second half and did incredibly well. Mongolia, 3 of their rounds still came from getting that pistol, and honestly, when it just came to raw aim mechanics, Hong Kong were even better. But that's not really that Mongolia were bad. No, absolutely not. It was just that Hong Kong were that little bit level above.
Yeah, you could definitely see that on the server, right? There were so many instances, and man, there were just some some crazy moments, right? Some many multi-kills. We saw Bobby Meow with that ace that was such a nasty spray down. Alexei with that crispy flick in that 1v1 clutch. All those little things combined, they basically culminated into that 16-9 victory, right? If in another universe, you know, you could maybe see that Deagle flick doesn't work out. Maybe Bobby Meow gets traded down on middle. Suddenly that's 2 rounds for the side of the T's. Maybe the CT side's economy breaks off of that instance and we see a much closer game, right? But no. A lot of the stars align. A lot of the mechanical ceiling gets approached by the side of Hong Kong, and that's exactly why they're able to very convincingly overpower Mongolia. We honestly thought that it wouldn't ever go to map number 3, and we were like, oh, you know, if they want to pick Anubis, or if they're banking on being able to play Anubis to try and surprise Mongolia, they at least need to get there first. But they're like, no, yeah, maybe we don't need to play Anubis, actually. We can just end it in 2.
And that's why I'm kind of upset that it still wasn't Ancient pulled through, right? Because genuinely, the only maps that I've seen here is Inferno and Mirage. Everybody keep playing those same maps purely due to comfort picks, which makes a whole lot of sense, and they should be playing the maps that they want. But personally, I would have loved to see an Ancient in there, at least a differential of the map, and see somebody go out on a limb. But now Hong Kong are 1-0 in the group, and there was only 1 spot out of the 3 teams that managed to go through. Team Indonesia, also a team that played last year, that were able to qualify themselves to IESF. They're still definitely in the running, and this is going to be such a closely contested group.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this was, honestly, man, this game was a joy to watch. And it honestly trumped a lot of the other games that we casted, you know? So one of the problems we encountered with the male division, right, was that some of the games were so one-sided, and honestly, you could kind of just tell what was going to happen before it actually did, right? But this time around, it was super hotly contested, 16-14 on that first map, and you know, Inferno was an absolute treat to watch as well. I think Inferno was even more eventful than Mirage, despite the fact that we saw some crazy highlights. You know, the bar has been set so high by Inferno that even Mirage couldn't touch it, despite the fact that there were highlights upon highlights. You know, we had so many different instances of players going wild, and even for the losing team, right? Even for Hong Kong, even for Mongolia, we actually saw quite a few nice plays. So it never really felt like we were watching a one-sided game at all, even though it does end up being a one-sided scoreline, which is 2-0.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for Mongolia. And what I mentioned earlier with anybody in this group being able to take down anybody is genuinely true. Mongolia, if they don't take kindly to this loss and they start putting in the hours real quick, or at least being motivated, right? Sometimes the loss just motivates you. I'm never going to let that happen again, and you're able to sweep the rest of the competition because you come back with a vengeance. Well, that's something that perhaps could happen here, but it is now so tough for Mongolia to try and win out this group, because you'd have to beat Indonesia, which is already going to be a tough one. Might be my favorites of the group anyway. And overall, the women's division is just so much more contested because there's not enough, or not as many spots as there is on the male division. So you're fighting for what is 1 spot mainly in most of the regions.
Yeah, it can definitely be a tough cookie to crack. And you know what? Hong Kong have just shown so much promise. The problem with sort of talking about Hong Kong before was that we didn't have too much data, right? There weren't many HLTV matches. There wasn't much recent history. But now we've kind of seen their mettle. Now we can kind of see how good this team can actually be. And you know what? I'm really hoping that this wasn't their ceiling. I'm really hoping that this wasn't just a case of them just having the stars align and just having like a really on-point day for everybody. Because if they can maintain this kind of performance, that I honestly think they're one of the top contenders in that instance.
Yeah, and you know, those deagle shots and stuff like that, they all count massively. That's something that they're probably not going to be able to replicate consistently, although I would love to see it. That was such a spectacular shot that did bring a round in their favor. Overall, fantastic. And now we need to see that even more so, because there's still no actual open data about Hong Kong on HLTV. Like, we both know it now, but it's not like it's been recorded on HLTV. And Miyuki actually been able to drop that 30 bomb. And Lexi, even with the spectacular shot, was only able to half that, but does somehow manage to get third still.
Yeah, honestly, the players of Hong Kong, at times it did kind of look like they were a caliber above. Not entirely, because Mongolia did have a very close game with them, but individually, you know, Miyuki and Miao, they just looked absolutely fantastic. We had Candid go for some incredible plays as well, and although Candid doesn't have that many kills, she's going 18 and 15. There were so many moments where she opened up the round by just sort of playing on top of a one-way smoke, maybe finding a gap in connector, maybe finding a gap on short, something along those lines that really opened up so many different opportunities for Hong Kong, which is partially why I think that scoreline ended up being 16-19, like that convincing, when it potentially could have been avoided, right? Yeah, head-to-head, 98 to 74 kills to deaths, pretty standard stuff for a 16-9 victory. Hong Kong were definitely collecting a whole lot more kills than Mongolia. And the top two players of Hong Kong were basically farming a highlight reel.
When you look at the assists, that's where you could say, oh, look, they're playing more like a team. Realistically, the main time that you get an assist is when somebody fails to deliver, fails to fully convert a frag. But this is not an odd MVP to pick, and Miyuki definitely deserved 30 kills. I mean, this is what I mean, right? 30 kills, only 3 assists. That's because she's actually converting every single engagement that she gets in so consistently, instead of doing a bit of damage, going back into defense and having that damage be fully converted into a kill later on. So assists in this game are not quite the same as in football, for example, where assists are pivotal.
Yeah, honestly, I would say that even though she was the MVP, I don't actually think that the impact was as clear-cut as it looks. Like, yes, 30 kills are amazing, right? And I do think that she is no doubt the MVP. But the other players, even with much fewer kills, they were a lot closer to potentially flirting with that MVP spot that you might think, you know? I talked about how Candid was playing around with those little one-way smokes, and everybody else, like, you know, Miao having that incredible impact round where, despite the fact that Singo was able to get a very important opening frag, she converts that into an ace and actually saves quite a bit of weaponry for the CT side. So maybe you don't see it appear in kills, but you do see it appear in spirit.
The thing is, a MVP like Miyuki, I think, is the scariest one, right? Because it's a silent killer. It's one that I was so surprised when I saw her on 30 frags, because, as you mentioned, it wasn't the most impactful moments, mainly at the start of the round. But as long as you're able to allow your team to enter a sea of easiness instead of rough seas where you have to fight through every single thing, that is so impactful, so meaningful, and well, Miyuki, incredibly lethal, but that is not the end of her just yet. She needs to get another together with her team. You do need to beat Team Indonesia if you fully want to place yourself at the top of the group. But that being said, we've got another highlight package ready for you, so make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with that package.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IESF Asian Championship. We've got one more matchup remaining for the day, and that is Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan. A best of one to decide who's going to have the higher seed going into the offline qualifiers.
It's going to be a saucy one, but you're already qualified, right? So at least that pressure is off the valve. You don't really need to outperform anymore in order to at least get there. But you still could put yourself in a better spot to make sure that you have what should be an easier opponent, at least a lower seeded opponent coming into the event. But we've seen in recent times that, well, at the major, for example, Monty being seed 1 and FaZe being being the last seed coming into it, that it's not always that the better team is the highest seed. It's always down to a particular moment, and that moment is right here, right now. If you manage to beat your direct opposition, Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, you'll be able to claim that #1 seed, and you only need to defeat them for that today. But then you also need to do well in the event. That being said, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
Oh man, honestly, like the problem is that because they're on that seeding matchup, I think you and I both know that it's gotten to the point where it's probably going to be a coin flip, right? And from what we've seen in the previous matches, that best of one, it's always going to be a fickle beast. Like, I honestly have no clue going into this. Like, obviously, we are going to get a bit of an idea, especially because we have seen these teams play a bit before. And, but like, obviously, it really just comes down to, like, who's playing better on this particular day, on that particular map. Because even in the previous match that we just saw, we were kind of in a position where it could have gone 2-0 either way if the stars could have aligned for the other team, right? You know, there was a chance that maybe Mongolia could have come out on top if it ended up just being a slightly more favorable couple of duels. So I do think that this could potentially also be in a similar situation.
And, well, it is at least a different situation than we initially thought. It's not just a seeding match, it's a qualification match, a best of one.
Okay.
The Uzbekistan roster: Rukan, Agusha, Ruse, Miner, and Tobermore. But the fact that this has become a qualification match instead of a seeding match, that matters so much, since it's still best of one. But my goodness, there's so much pressure and stress.
Oh yeah, like just knowing for a fact that this one match is going to basically like dictate whether or not you qualify. That has to be rough. I mean, I honestly never want to see teams in a position where they sort of have to fight for their life in a best of one, and it's really going to be a tough affair regardless. But we do have the map veto ready. Very, very important when we're looking at a best of one, and you know, who cares about the tiny little details, right? It ends up being Mirage. So we've seen quite a bit of Mirage actually. For some reason, teams have just been gravitating towards just Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass. We have yet to see any Vertigo, yet to see any Anubis. I think we saw some Nuke in the male division, but generally speaking, basically every team that has gone to a best of 3, even some best of 1s, we've seen a Mirage come in. So I'm not really too surprised about that. Also, if it is a best of 1, you know, I would rather have a map that is as balanced as Mirage is, simply because it just allows for more opportunities to cement yourself, right? If you're in a map like Nuke, where the CT side can potentially be very advantageous, if you're on a map like Vertigo, where the CT side can often overwhelm, you can put yourself in a fickle spot. But Mirage, you know, there's always going to be that chance to come back, always a decent chance to overperform, and yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup.
And everybody's just comfortable on that map, at least to a certain extent. Every single time I queue up and face it, and people get mad if it's not Mirage. So it's just, everybody likes that map. It's been in the map pool since day one. So at least you've gotten that common ground on it. But you still need to be able to prove yourself. And because it's a bit of an aim-heavy map, if you're not the favorites coming into it, you are going to struggle a whole lot. But here we go into the pistol. Or this is a knife round, actually. Yeah, because we need to figure out what side everybody is on. Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. But in general, Kazakhstan is a bit more of a CS renowned country than Uzbekistan is. They will probably have my backing, but realistically, all that prep that we've been able to do hasn't really come to anything. Kazakhstan win the knife round.
I love the name Lana Banana. That has a very nice ring to it. Such a carefree name. Love it. But it would be more apt if we were playing Inferno.
Only if she was actually playing Banana.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a big disappointment if she was like A-side anchor. Like,
Yeah.
why?
People achieve up to their names. Kazakhstan on the T side. And yet again, we just don't really have a whole lot of information about these two teams, and we can try and derive
Also,
and look at previous IESF, but
I believe the teams are switched around as well. So on the on the top, so just don't be confused by that. Now Nira getting a couple kills. Oh man, they were making such quick work here in apartments. This just looked too damn easy.
right taps coming through. Nira pre-fired the corner, filthy. Knew that miner was somewhere at the car, had it up in that corner. The other one would have been pre-fired as well. And then in Kazakhstan managed to get on the board first. That was a great dismantling. Although this shot was absolutely insane as well, but Pushkova was already low, so it was only pushed over the line. My goodness, Nira, that was exquisite work. That was the ace as well, by the way.
And she just made it look too damn easy, honestly. Like, it wasn't one of those flashy aces. It was more like just slowly and consistently mowing them down as they're walking into the site. But yeah, that was some incredible first bullet accuracy. I think somebody might have disconnected from the server, yeah.
Yeah, Uzbekistan is gone. Now we have to play the game of who has actually disconnected.
Let me tell you right away. Hang on, I've got the rosters right here. Okay, so we have Ruchan, we have, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think it's ZXC Miner, yeah.
Oh. Okay, so then... Oh, Gushka is Pushkova. Okay.
Yeah.
So it all starts to make sense, but now that they're back into the server, Uzbekistan, they go for a buy up here without getting the bomb plant. They have a lot less firing power, but still chances at least.
Okay, great. We have word on why the match has been paused. It's because one of the players was asked to remove their agent skins, because that is generally not allowed in this tournament for visibility reasons. And honestly, man, I wish there was a way to turn off agent skins locally. I despise playing Ancient. Well. Yeah, I despise playing Ancient when somebody has that green agent skin. Like, stop. Like, I can't see you already. And then you play Cash? Like, come on.
Yeah. I feel like
I have a hard enough time
doing
shooting
it on purpose as well.
I have a hard enough time like noticing agents, like noticing character models. Like, can't make it harder for me with camouflage.
Yeah. Everybody's back. Everybody's ready to get going again, and instantly Ruse gets the lead off of the server again. Kazakhstan under pressure at B. They're diving back into their hidey holes. Nira, yet again, will strike as first on the B site. And Uzbekistan. And you've got the pistols, you can't linger about, even though they're forced to. And it looks like a 3v5 should be converted by Kazakhstan.
I mean, heading into this game, we did talk about how Kazakhstan is more of a bigger region for CS, so it would kind of make sense if there's just generally more practice on their side.
Yeah.
Obviously, heading into this tournament, we kind of understand this idea that Most of the, a lot of the teams, maybe not most, but a lot of the teams attending are sort of hastily put together last-minute teams because, you know, you don't miss a chance at a national qualifier, obviously.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make concessions. Sometimes not everybody is perfectly available. And Kazakhstan, the people that they've put together thus far are doing great work. Uzbekistan, like that they don't force up here. At least they're making sure that they can get their economy rolling instead of being thrown into that pit of despair of continuously forcing out. And Lana Banana is going to have great fun with this one together with Charlie. Slowly but surely, all those pistols getting wiped off the face of the earth again, and the A1S will finish the job.
Well, now a chance for Uzbekistan to start clawing it back a little bit. Weapons have been brought out. Every single member on an AK. Oh, Lana creeping up close. Oh, she has the audio cue. She has the information, and she's going to make quick work of nearly 2 with the MP9. Has to get a bit messy and claw for the deagle in her back pocket, but she does get it out in time and is able to secure 2 frags. Now, 3 on 4 as they look for their rucksack, look for their bomb, and now start routing their efforts towards that B site. Kazakhstan only having 1 solitary defender here, but I think very soon they are going to start questioning the idea of sending a player back over just to bolster their defense on the B site. I really want to look at the position of Oasis, though. Let's see how she's playing this one. Big jump spots. As soon as she spots one, gonna toss that Molotov, though, but it drops out of the window, so she has to make concessions and use a quick smoke that she wants to peep over instead. I like the contingency policy, but this could be leading her to certain death as they start coming in now.
They're already tapping away at one, and immediately the rest of the pushes fell back. And not quite sure what I think of that, because Uzbekistan, you just don't have the time to run around. Maybe you do want to actually save, so you have those AKs, but Minor is going to be disconnected in the economic front. They are actually just running over back towards A. I think this is going to be an easy pickup for Kazakhstan, who seemingly are a bit unaware, or at least Charlie is. They're already pushing down mid. Maybe those T-steps were even heard, depending on how close the Nira already was, but I don't think they were, otherwise they wouldn't have been this far out. But Uzbekistan holding out at A ramp and continue holding on to their rifles here.
Not really much contest so far. Kazakhstan does look like the better team at the moment. Getting ready for mid-aggression this time. Insomnia playing a very up-close and personal position in Palace. Charlie, she's got her really nice little angle on behind the one-way smoke. So this round kind of just gets over before it even starts. Now they're hastily looking for something over towards middle. Nira peeking out from short. Makes quick work of Pashkova, who is Gushka. Is that the pronunciation that you said earlier?
I went Gusha, but I don't really know.
Yeah, I am definitely not the man for pronunciations. A shot from Minor anyway.
I always do this great thing. I just go into Google Translate, I type in the name, and get Google to
and then
pronounce
the language
it
that
in their language.
and then the country that the person's from, or like the language that they speak.
Yeah. But
okay, that makes it a lot easier.
we run into an
smart
issue.
Cookie.
Well, I looked up just to make sure what language is being spoken there, and it's Uzbek. But you don't have that on Google Translate.
Really?
Didn't really account for this. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So I think Gusha is a pretty good one because I feel like I saw that it was related to Russian. Hold up here for a second, though, as we talk about languages. Kazakhstan, they talk violence, and Uzbekistan, they try and push through anyway, but Banana will reinforce that statement yet again. Finally gets killed by a ruse, and they've got access to the bomb site.
It's a little messy there, but Kazakhstan able to get it done yet again. To be perfectly honest with you, it does seem like Uzbekistan are a little bit out of their depth right now because the Kazakhstani players, you know, they definitely seem like they're a cut above. It does seem like they just have mounds more experience than the Uzbekistani squad, and that's not just me saying it off of the scoreline. Just by the general way, the general modality that they're using when playing this game, right? Obviously, like a much lower skill ceiling in terms of mechanics that I've seen from Uzbekistan. We've also seen just very haphazard plays over towards middle. Not a whole lot of correct utility being deployed either.
Seems like Uzbekistan is a bit less cohesive, going for those defaulty setups where you just spread across the map and see where the Kazakhstan push, try to punish them for it. It's over. Gets the information, but not the nade thereafter. Panics a little bit in the follow-up of Kazakhstan. They are more like a puppet, almost, where one string is being pulled, it puts another into effect as well. And the entire defense of Kazakhstan is a moving entity instead of static, where everybody has their own individual task. Everybody is thinking in the best of the group. And, well, you can only do this if everybody's got the best of the group in mind. Nero pushed up a lot of confidence in Insomnia. Might even be basing that all barrel for the people underpass. So they are inclined to just nip that a little bit over because they see a kill hanging about. They get greedy, but thus far, Uzbekistan are keeping themselves reined in. Kazakhstan are not moving.
The first sign of movement. And Nira is going to pounce. Getting ready for that AXX now. Just Pashko with that smoke. Flashbang to boot as well. That's going to miss. It's honestly just a solo effort. She's desperately trying to make something happen. But Lana ready for it with the AK, and yeah, this is just not looking too easy for Uzbekistan. Nira again coming in from connector. Definitely looking like two very different calibers of teams.
Even though the Kazakhstan mill side didn't really do too well, which is unfortunate. I think they've got a great quality of CS players in their country. I'm pretty sure they ended up at the bottom of their group, or at least somewhere close to it. Kazakhstan, the female side, doing a whole lot better in general, mate. This female CS has been incredibly surprising with how everything looks on face value and then how everything works out. Obviously, yet again, we didn't have a lot of information, so you go in as a blank canvas and coming out very colored. Peaked.
Richon, much needed entry frag, but unfortunately, Nir is going to nullify that completely. That does leave only 3 players on the Uzbekistani squad. 2 in Palace, 1 in Apartments. Not sure what the rationale behind the MP7 buy is, but it doesn't matter anyway, because Lana is going to put a bullet right in the back of her head.
I'm just looking for a round at this point. I mean, Kazakhstan have been absolutely insane. And, they're doing all the work necessary to prove that and drive this one home as well. 7-0. It's not a scoreline that you can't come back from. When you look at the kills on the side of Uzbekistan, and you see right now Ruse also dies. They've got 7 kills in 8 rounds as a team.
Lana posturing very aggressively here. Man, this is honestly looking like it's too easy for Kazakhstan. You can tell that they're also not playing with too much composure or anything. They're not playing... they're not really trying to play quote-unquote proper Counter-Strike because they understand that they're just mechanically way above their opposition. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is as well, on Mirage, you can even get away with that style perfectly fine. So there's no real punishment that Uzbekistan can go for either. Like, it's just a matter of Kazakhstan running around the corner and killing Uzbekistan. And the only thing that you can do is go back to the lab and practice more now. A bit of a field smoke coming through as well for Uzbekistan. Not too sure whether it was even supposed to go. I reckon jungle, but... missed that by a pretty decent marker. There you go. Now you've got the cross smoke properly in place. But Charlie already on the opposite end of it. And that's kind of the thing. Kazakhstan, they respond so quickly to whatever threat Uzbekistan pose. And meanwhile, it took Uzbekistan the entire round to formulate that plan in the very first place. And as soon as it gets disengaged, they have to talk about what they actually want to do for so long.
And Charlie just rushing out middle. Pretty easy cleanup again for the CT squad. It's about to be a 10-0. Not really much response from Uzbekistan.
Kazakhstan, perhaps the front runner of the group then. Uzbekistan might be the gate closers. It's a very awkward spray back and forth on both sides. It's going to be yet again a round where they might get a second kill, but thus far they haven't really been able to do anything more than that in one particular round. And it's going to be very harsh what I'm about to say, but I think in instances like this where you're just getting peppered, there's just nothing that you can do. Like, there's no analytical advantage that Uzbekistan... Like, they could have Karrigan on their team right now calling. Oh, not aiming, of course, but even then, you're going to struggle purely because you can't test up to that aim department. Charlie pushing through from behind as well. Yeah.
Okay, there's a bit of a response here from Uzbekistan, but again, they're feeling a little lost around the smoke. Oasis shouldn't have really a difficult time cleaning this one up either. So, you know, I want to circle back to what you said earlier, and the truth is, that's sort of how my CS philosophy goes when it comes to sort of leading a team, right? As an IGL, you always have multiple different strategies you can go for, right? But that pool of strategies can be assigned, let's say, a risk value. And the mechanical budget you have on your team increases how successful you are going to be with taking risks, right? You can... you're going to be more conservative as an IGL with taking risks if you know that you don't have the mechanical budget to throw more pushes, throw more aggression, and that's sort of where coaching or IGL turns into an art rather than just an exact science. I guess you could kind of make it a science if you could assign values to it, but obviously then there's just too many elements of human psychology and inconsistency that play into it. So, circling back to what you said, I simply don't think Uzbekistan have the sort of mechanical budget to make any sort of strategy work against Kazakhstan, because any strategy they do is simply going to be completely overwhelmed by the mechanical budget of Kazakhstan.
It's an unfortunate fact of the reality, but I feel like, you know, everybody who played sports at some point in their life, which I hope is the majority, but everybody's had that match somewhere where it's like, you're already going into it, you're somewhere near the bottom of the league, and they're all the way at the top, and already thinking like, we're going to do our best. This is going to be a damn tough matchup. And then you get there, they're just playing rounds around you, right? And at some point, it's kind of like, yeah, fair enough. They are just better, and I think that's kind of what is going on the side of Uzbekistan right now, slowly but surely realizing that, fair enough, the other side it just is better. It's as simple as that. As Uzbekistan, yet again, don't have a single foot in this round.
If an IGL could play with the aim limitations of another player, you know, you could sort of get the best IGL for Uzbekistan, and they could not do a thing, unfortunately. So this is kind of already a done deal, and I think Uzbekistan kind of realized this as well. And I don't mean to be harsh to the players. Sometimes it's just a little too obvious. Kazakhstan going 13-0 right now, not really showing any signs of stopping. Again, another middle push. You can see that Kazakhstan rightfully recognize their own ability as miles above their opposition.
And I don't think it's disrespectful to say that a team is simply more experienced on the other side. Like Kazakhstan clearly have put in more man hours, or at least more serious man hours, whereas Uzbekistan, they might have the same amount of hours, but they've played a whole lot of fun games or whatever. They at least get another kill, and they're giving themselves an in to this round. But even with that, I think you're looking at 13 rounds on the CT side. Not even getting there either.
Once again, Kazakhstan running circles around Uzbekistan.
Big time.
Well,
Uzbekistan
15-0. Like
zero.
the first half, I thought. I mean, not really a whole lot they can do beyond this point. It's sort of just waiting for the inevitable to be over.
Sometimes it is best to.
It would be such a troll if they just win the pistol round now.
And then reverse sweep them. Just get on to 15-15. Yeah, be impressive. But yeah, I mean, don't really back on it happening. There's a very heavy utility setup on the side of Uzbekistan as well. Jeez.
Here it comes. Pretty simple, Exec. Ruse is able to put one in the graveyard before that bomb finally gets planted, and there's a retake coming in from Connector. I want to see if they can just troll their way to a pistol round.
In post-plant scenarios, Charlie already decapitating, and one of them is rotating through T-spawn, but very quickly Lana's also going to deal with a miner. And slowly but surely, everybody from Uzbekistan wiped off the planet. And the final one follows as well. It's a 16-0. Kazakhstan have obliterated Uzbekistan, who unfortunately stood no match.
Yeah, honestly, heading into this game, we didn't really have a whole lot of information about Uzbekistan, obviously. But from we've seen so far, like from what we've seen from the female division, like it has been competitive so far, right? So this is kind of the case that we saw with Iraq, sort of going against both Palestine and Iran, where usually in some of these qualifier matches there are one or two teams that are very quickly put together at the end of sort of like the registration period, just sort of to have the representation out, right? And you know, there's no harm in that. I think if there's a slot, you should absolutely compete for it, regardless of what you think your skill level is at. Even if you think you're going to completely bomb out, there is no harm in actually competing and placing last, right? You don't lose anything. So still respect that. I mean, they gave it their all, and regardless of the fact that Kazakhstan were definitely, like, by far the better team, with basically a flawless score as realistically possible as it is. Well, quick clarification, by the way. You know, we were talking about it in the pregame. Just want to remind all of you that this was not a seeding match. This was a qualification match, which means that the Kazakhstan have many, many more matches to go. And I believe Uzbekistan have another match as well against Kyrgyzstan. I'm not sure if that is going to be streamed, because we haven't exactly been streaming all of the matches, so we're going to have to wait for that.
Yeah, it's just a great defeat here against Uzbekistan, but Kazakhstan, they get to go into the next round, which could be against one of the top people of the group, Iraq perhaps, but in general, Kazakhstan is just putting in great work and doing what's necessary. But perhaps Uzbekistan can still fight through in that second slot of the people who qualify, but it is going to be very hard for. I mean, if you get swept 16-0, I don't think that there's going to be no other teams who manage to do worse than that. I mean, you literally can't do worse. I feel like the fate for Uzbekistan might be a little bit sealed already with that defeat.
Yeah, I honestly don't know though, because like I don't know the medal of Kyrgyzstan yet, and you know, it's entirely possible that there are multiple teams who are relatively newer, right? I think the Kyrgyzstani scene might be a little bigger, to be honest, but obviously it's quite apparent that the Uzbekistani players are relatively new to the scene, relatively new to the game, and you know, they might still end up encountering a team that isn't at the caliber of Kazakhstan, because let's be honest, Kazakhstan was a relatively higher level team, right? It wasn't just Uzbekistan getting completely destroyed by like a mediocre team. Kazakhstan was probably one of the better female teams as well. So yeah, I do still think, you know, maybe we could see Uzbekistan perform a little bit, but realistically speaking, probably not.
And the thing is, when you get closer to the top, like, this is also a very hard gauge of Kazakhstan's true power, because we don't exactly know how much they play like a team. They did fantastically against Uzbekistan, but they could just play it on raw mechanics, so they didn't really have to bring in that team play. They went for a very simple exec in the pistol round, so it already shows some, or uncovers some of the strategies, at least, that they have on the side of Kazakhstan, that at the very minimum they've got the basics down, and with that, we could probably assume that they go further than that as well. That it's not just, oh yeah, we know the basics and we kind of stop there. No, they probably prepped up a little bit more, and perhaps they even have a different map thrown in there. Who knows?
Yeah, honestly, we don't really have we don't really have a decent gauge of Kazakhstan right now, because if a team goes 16-0,
you don't actually ever get to see them make mistakes, and you know they're just running around willy-nilly. They're just like rushing middle, rushing A ramp.
Yeah.
We never actually saw them play as a CS team. They were kind of just playing their own pugs, which is why it's like there's no point to even sort of having that conversation.
Yeah, exactly. It's futile, but Uzbekistan, things are bleak for them, and I think it's going to show in those post-match stats as well that we're going to watch very soon. That I don't think they've crossed the double-digit barrier in terms of kills on the side of Uzbekistan, which, I mean, I think that says enough about the entire performance. MVP also just, I mean, could have it. There is going to be an MVP, but it doesn't really matter in a 16-0 because most valuable player in an absolute stomp is still relatively unproven, because it's just who went out and got the most frags at that point, who hunted the hardest, and who just pushed through every single round.
Yeah, obviously, not really much of a gauge to go by. I'm not sure when. Hang on. Right. Okay. Honestly, like generally, this is the time where we go into like post-match statistics and all that. But like, let's be honest, what do we really gain from that in this game, right? I've talked about it a little bit as well. Like sometimes the head-to-head matchup, like it actually just doesn't make sense. Like the head-to-head, you know, it's like not. There's no actual value that is assigned to like looking at the head-to-head or like looking at the MVP sort of in that instance. You know, maybe you could like kind of get a gauge of like who one of their more active players is. I guess Lana was one of those more active players that was going in. Nira had that and Nira had that ace to begin things, but I mean the quality of highlights is severely affected by whether or not your enemy is a high level opponent, right?
Yeah. For example, when earlier this week we had a relatively dominant showing, you could still say about the losing team, like, okay, but they had great apps control, or they did this very great, but realistically, thus far, Uzbekistan tried things. Absolutely, but purely due to such a massive mechanical disability, or not even disability, superiority on the opposite side, would be a whole lot better phrasing. All tactical just goes out the window. You can't really say, oh, that was a great tactic. No, because the other team couldn't really stack up aim-wise to even have it be a good strategy. So, I mean, we can look at them, but 16-0, I feel like paints the picture well enough.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, the idea that you talked about, like, you know, any strategy couldn't work. This just, like, circles back to the conversation about having the resources necessary in terms of, like, a mechanical budget to even allow yourself to do any strategies. To be honest, like, individually, obviously, like, you and I, we've played quite a bit of Counter-Strike as well, so we have a decent eye test for, like, what caliber a player is. Unfortunately, Uzbekistan genuinely looked like a relatively newer stack of players. Like, that's just honest, you know. I coach a lot of new players as well, so I kind of like have an eye for like understanding that a player is simply new, and it's not that they're that they've not had a high level experience or anything. It's just that their total amount of time spent with the game is just low.
Yeah, Charlie, the top fragger, but they did actually cross the double-digit barrier on the side of Uzbekistan, so it shouldn't have been that harsh. Actually got 16 kills, one for every round at least. But yeah, I think this is a very telling match summary here. And honestly, we can just somewhat skip through those because, yeah, it's very dominant. The pictures are already painted. We finished it entirely. Charlie then gets to be the MVP. Yeah,
I mean, like I said before, right? The crowning an MVP in this sort of instance, it's not really assignment of value to how well somebody played. It's more of an assignment of value to how aggressively somebody just held W and tried their best to get as many kills as possible. And I think that's pretty much about it. Like, there's not really a whole lot to say about that match. We've seen two very nice games today. You know, we saw that first best of 3, which honestly, that was amazing. You know, Hong Kong versus Mongolia, that was a beautiful match, 16-14 and 16-9, but it looks so damn close, so many highlights across the board. Unfortunately, the match between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan was not able to measure up. 16-0, and unfortunately, Kazakhstan just looked miles better than the rest. But that should be it for today's stream.
thank you all for tuning in. We're going to be wrapping this up right now, but there's going to be a whole lot more CSGO female action tomorrow, so remember to stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow.